Your first Seinfeld reference of the day. Good morning, my friends. Good morning. Thank you so much for coming to spend your Tuesday, May 21st, 2024 with me. I know you have a lot of places to watch your live Karen Read trial coverage, and I'm so honored that you have chosen to come and spend your day with me, at least a half a day. Today's a half a day. So court will be in session from 9 to 1. Does anybody else feel like they're living in an alternate universe, or is it just me? 3 days off felt like crazy. I didn't know what to do with myself. But then I didn't want to come on here and help Jen McCabe at all. So, if you've been following this case with me, that we've been following it from the beginning. We've looked at every court document. We've watched all the pretrial hearings together. We've been through all of the motions. The motion to recuse and the motion to dismiss the indictments and the motion to get the DA Michael Morrissey off this case. And we've done it all, and we know a lot. We know a lot of what's happened in the beginning of the case. We know about all of the original witness statements that were taken or proctored or never signed, recorded. And so it made me think, what is going on? What in the name of the traveling Mary is going on here? Matt McCabe confronted with text messages that he didn't know anybody had on Friday, in which he said, tell them the guy never went in the house. Am I losing it? So in case you weren't here on Friday, or in case you didn't watch the coverage on Friday, Matt McCabe, who at first seemed like he was all gung-ho and 100%, good guy, reliable, tells us his wife is great in a crisis. Remember that, because I have questions, and I think it can be flipped. There was a group text message that he was confronted with between Matt McCabe, Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert on February 1st, 2022, which was the day that Karen Read was arrested initially on the original charges. Vehicular manslaughter, the DUI. Was not a murder charge at that time. February 1st was the day that Karen Read was arrested. It was also the day that the probable cause affidavit was signed and authored by Proctor. It's also the day that they did their final interview, or they did an interview, a more thorough interview, let's say, with Carrie Roberts. And during those text messages, they were discussing Carrie Roberts and the fact that he hadn't, I think, told her to call Proctor again yet. And then Brian Albert said something like, it's their fault if they didn't interview her thoroughly the first time. And then Matt said something like, well, I hope they don't think she's making it up. All these days later, meanwhile, it was 3 or 4 days later. And then you're going to see, or I know, or we've seen, I don't think they're going to probable cause affidavit. It's probably not coming into evidence. A probable cause affidavit to arrest Karen was based on 4 witnesses. It was based on Katie McLaughlin and Karen's alleged confession. I hit him. It was based on Matt McCabe and his statement that he saw Karen's SUV outside the house. It was based on Jen McCabe's many statements about Karen's alleged admissions. I hit him. What if I hit him? Could I have hit him? I have a broken taillight. And it's based on Carrie Roberts backing up the things that Jen McCabe said. So if you have those statements and those people can be discredited, was there probable cause for an arrest? It's a very slippery slope here. And the problem with all of Proctor's statements is that none of them are recorded. None of them are signed. None of them are even initialed. Some of the statements that he took on January 29th, for example, were not even typed up until April. He claims he took no notes because when the defense made a motion for all of the notes of Proctor and other law enforcement officers who made statements or wrote statements for these witnesses, they claim to have no notes. So are all of these people going to throw Proctor under the bus? That's what I'm wondering. You know, if Proctor was one of their friendlies and he was coming in to do the fam a favor and just sort of like write statements the way he wanted to write them and the way that would suit the narrative working backwards, are they all now going to throw Proctor under the bus and say, I never told Proctor that. I didn't sign that statement. Because it seems to me, what other choice do they have at this point? And I went back and I looked at the probable cause affidavit. And Jen McCabe does say in her statement, in the probable cause affidavit, authored by Proctor, that she immediately, when they got to John's house, Karen took them to look at the taillight right away and pointed it out to them. And then she even went a step further, Jen McCabe, during her direct testimony and said there were pieces missing. There were a lot of big pieces missing from the taillight when she showed it to us in the garage, in the driveway at John's house. And then, you know, there was like a plane landing on my lawn on Friday and landscapers and leaf blowers and all kinds of things going outside my window. And I had a hard time hearing. But when I went back and watched it, I was thinking to myself, wait a second. She just testified that as soon as they got to John's house, Karen took them both over to the back of the Lexus and showed them that broken taillight. And she was screaming and she was hysterical. And, you know, I hit him. I have a broken taillight. And then Lallyflop put up that video and it showed them all running into the house. It showed none of that. Am I living in an alternate universe? Is there another video out there? Is there another Ring video out there? Because if there is, that's the one he should have showed. But instead, he shows a video that contradicts everything that Jen McCabe just testified to on direct. What? Right? Oh, thank you, Team Brittany. Good morning. We have some guidelines here because we have a lot of trolls that like to come in here and attack me, attack my mods, attack you in the chat. And so we try and keep it classy. We try and keep it clean and avoid personal attacks. Profanity, insults, personal attacks, implied drug use. Oh, yeah, any YouTube ban words. There's a lot of words YouTube doesn't like, and they use AI to scan the video. And then sometimes we will be here for 8 hours, and then at the end of the stream, there's something that YouTube doesn't like, and they give us a yellow dollar sign. It's a big hassle. And it's about the video being shadow banned, so we don't want that. Hello, New Zealand. Somebody said to me, hello, Timely Matter. I don't know if it was you. Somebody wrote me an email from New Zealand and said, I can't wait. It's 1 a.m. in New Zealand when you're going to go on, and I'm here for it. I'm waiting. I'm going to be awake. So it's the middle of the night for my folks down under. And thanks for staying up with me all night, because I just cannot. I don't know what we're doing here. I don't know what we're doing here. Bumbling Bee, I was dying when I saw the video, and then I went to Bob Mata's video and he skipped it on accident and didn't see it. Ugh, I know. And I didn't, when we watched it, I think I didn't point it out. We watched it together, and a lot of people in the chat, and it's hard for me to watch the chat because it moves so quickly while we're live. We're saying like nobody looked at the taillight. They didn't look at the taillight. And I'm thinking in my head, there's got to be something more. They're going to show us something else, because how could Lally elicit that direct testimony from Jen McCabe? And she had to say that too, because it's in the probable cause affidavit. So she had to stick to that story. I'm assuming, not knowing at the time, that there was Ring video footage of them doing not that. And it's just not there. We didn't see it. KOB, good morning. Thanks for the super sticker, super chat, $10. Going to be a great day of cross. Love you, Melanie. Thank you for your insight. You're the best. Free Karen Reed. Thank you. Thank you, KOB. KO bang bang. Is that what it's for, KOB? KO bang bang. Jen says David Reese. Good morning, David. And thanks for the 5. Wolfram became a member. Welcome. I think you're going to like it here. Fairy Raven. Hello. Good morning. And thank you for tuning in from Ireland, I believe, right? You're in Ireland. that awful imitation that Jen McCabe did of Karen yelling will hopefully be jail, 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 yelled at her. I watched it so many times because I like to watch other people's reactions to it to make myself feel like I'm not insane. And Jen, Jen, Jen. I mean, the way that she imitated her and the way that she sort of was just so nasty and the words that she chose. And here's the thing too, right? Matt McCabe tries to minimize Jen's reaction on the 911 call where she's so calm and calls 911 and says, "There's a man passed out in the snow on 34th Avenue. Come quick." As if it's not officer down on my sister's front lawn. There's a police officer down. My dear friend of 10 years is down. And by the way, if she's such great friends with him and she loved him and he was such an amazing man, why did she go into her sister's house and stay there for 5 hours instead of going to the hospital with her very good friend to see if he might pull through? Riddle me that, Batmans. Why is it that her husband, Matt McCabe, who's never met Carrie Roberts before, or maybe met her one time, I think he said he never met her, right? Why is he volunteering to go with Carrie Roberts to Braintree to pick up Karen Reed's, John O'Keefe's parents? Is that where they live, Braintree? Some of my locals, if you can tell me where Braintree is in relation to Canton, like he lets his wife go out in a blizzard in Karen's car with Carrie, allegedly, who showed up at their house. Like, how does Carrie show up at their house? Carrie doesn't know them. How does she all of a sudden just wind up in front of Jen McCabe's house? How does Karen wind up at Jen McCabe's house? Because Jen McCabe says Karen just showed up. I didn't tell her to come here. She just showed up. How does Karen know where Jen McCabe lives? She doesn't know them. I don't think she's ever been to their house before, right? Am I insane? I feel crazy. They're making me feel crazy. They're making me crazy, you guys. Crazy train. We're on the crazy train. Thank you, Suzanne, for gifting 5 memberships. You're so lovely and generous, kind and generous. That was the theme on Friday. Kel says, buckle up. One of my amazing moderators. Hello, Kel. Thank you for being a member for 7 months. And also my moderators are the best on YouTube. And I'm not afraid to say it. And that's why our chat is very friendly. And I don't use foul language because a lot of my viewers like to watch me without headphones with their kids in the room or with their 95-year-old moms who want to watch true crime or any kind of coverage without being bombarded with F words. And that's just the way we do it here. Not that I don't do it in real life, but it's just the way we do it for our viewers. And I think people appreciate it. So please keep it clean. I know it's hard. I know it's really hard in this, especially during this case, because so many of us feel like we're being gaslit over and over and over again. And that's been like a theme, this gaslighting that we have endured. And so when I go, people send me a lot of things. And if you've sent me an email, thank you. I do read them. I don't always get a chance to respond to them. I'm bombarded with information, especially on this case, and clips and links and Twitter posts because I'm not on Twitter and lots of things. So know that I get them. I don't always respond to them because I know that you may find it hard to believe, but I do have a lighthouse on YouTube. So is Karen going to testify? Don't know. Don't think she needs to. Well, the fan is up. So they're getting there. They're coming soon. Oh, it's so nauseating. So those are my questions. How would Carrie know where Jen McCabe lives? I think Carrie's initial statement said that she met them at Meadows. So I don't know. A lot of this stuff is going to collapse. A lot of it's going to collapse. Oh, the other thing that I noticed too that I thought was weird. Did anybody else notice this? When they were showing up on the screen the text messages between Jen and John, she had John in her phone as JJ. And she had Brian Albert in her phone as Uncle Brian A. And I'm not a cellular forensics expert by any means, but sort of in the parentheses next to those messages, it said, next to JJ, it said owner. So I'm not sure if that was the extraction from his phone, but if it was, would he refer to himself as JJ? I don't think so. I know John's family called him JJ. I know that. And Jen McCabe called herself JJ too. They called her Auntie JJ. And for those of you who are sending me emails during the stream, I'm not going to see them now. So, sorry, I can't do 17 things at once. She called herself Auntie JJ too, or her friends called her Auntie, but she calls him Johnny sometimes. It's just weird. It's just weird. Like, a lot of people have pointed out, like, maybe she was hot for him and he didn't like her back. And there was a lot of jealousy between her and Karen. And it just looked like the fix was in. Like, the fix was in from the beginning. Yeah. Somebody said, this is driving me crazy. Like, it can't be real. It can't be real. And so many people who didn't know about this case, like we do, or like so many of you do who have been following this with me from the beginning. And I thought, when I first started looking at it, like, this is insane. Why are they even bringing this case? The investigation was slim to none, shoddy at best, egregious, maybe, likely, and corrupt at worst. I mean, it's just, and then all of a sudden people are starting to pay attention, and a lot of law tubers are now looking at this, and I am realizing that I am not insane. That it is really crazy. Do we know if Jen and Carrie are friends? Because if so, I expect her to be just as nasty. They were not friends before Officer O'Keefe was murdered. Jen testified that she met Carrie once when John took them to Reebok and bought them all sneakers because that's the kind of guy he was, she said. So she did not know Jen McCabe before Officer O'Keefe was murdered, but after he was murdered, the two of them made a timeline together before their testimony in front of the grand jury. That's going to come out. It came out during the pretrial motions. So Jen, who her husband says is so great in crisis mode, trying to minimize her calm demeanor on the 911 call. Oh, is that what happened, Jen? If something happened inside the house of 34 Fairview, did you go into crisis mode and all of a sudden become the master of what happened next because you're so great in crisis mode? Is that why you had to be at your sister's house? You had to stay there for 5 hours after John O'Keefe's body was found because you went into crisis mode? I have questions. Are we supposed to? Because it can be used against her. So, Miss McCabe, your husband says you're great in crisis mode. Isn't that true? Yes. Well, yes, that's very true. Well, isn't that what happened? After Officer O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn, you didn't run inside to get your brother, who's a first responder, for help, did you? Even though you know his door's unlocked. I have questions. And I have so many questions. How many questions do you think the jury is already having about this case? People who have never heard about this case before. Yes, Aunt BB, yes. And Jen called Brian Albert for comfort and strength. Right. When she went home, when Proctor was going to come over and take a statement from her, she called Brian Albert to come over too because she needed him for strength and comfort. Yeah. I have so many questions. No wonder they all lawyered up, said Kirsten. Yeah, it's a half a day today. Kristen, we have a lot of Kristens and Kirstens in the chat. Hello, Justin Green, and thank you for the Cash App. Justin, I did get your email. I was just saying, if you weren't here, that I get a lot of emails. I don't respond to them, but I did read your email and I found it very interesting. So, keep fighting the good fight. Justin, keep fighting the good fight. Yes, we're going to see some cross-examination, right? Exactly, Shay. Why didn't Jen immediately run into her sister's house when she first got there to make sure they were okay? Right. You find a dead body, your dear friend of 10 years, an amazing guy. That's the kind of guy John was, so kind and generous. You find him dead on your sister's lawn and you don't run inside to make sure everyone else is okay? A guy that you were expecting to come over the night before, the whole thing doesn't make sense to me. With a logical brain. And then you go out there and people were sending me a lot of stuff of the way the other side was spinning this. Like, Jen McCabe is the most credible witness and she was amazing and everything that her family has been through is so horrible. And here's another thing. The Life 360 data that her daughter Allie was cross-examined with, right? Which they're going to try and say was not accurate. Jen's Life 360 data is mentioned in the probable cause affidavit on February 1st of 2022. Proctor says, Jen McCabe showed me an app on her phone called Life 360 to prove the following times. The time that Karen arrived at her house, the time that they got to One Meadows, and the time that they got to 34 Fairview. So you can't use Life 60 as a shield and a sword. Commonwealth, I'm not here to teach you about the rules of evidence or, logic or anything. But you can't say Allie McCabe's Life 360 data is not accurate because those must be phantom trips. She was really sleeping when it says she left the house after 1 a.m. and came home after 1:30. But we used Life 360 data to arrest Karen Reed, and we used that as probable cause. And it was the same data. It was Jen McCabe's Life 360, which has, obviously, Allie as part of her family. Did they forget about that? Thank you, David Reese. Justice for the guy. Yeah, the guy. Wolfram, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. So amazing of you. Jennifer H., thanks for the 5. Off topic, I know, but will you be covering the new Lisk stuff? I saw it on Twitter that the house was being searched. Yeah, it was being searched yesterday. And I was waiting for some more information to break, like maybe what they found or whatever. But Duty Ron went on right away and did it with Ed. So I was like, all right, these guys are going to cover it. They're going to do a thorough job. I didn't see the need to go on and do it again. But hopefully once there's a press conference and they find something, I will go live about that. It won't be a long show, so I can pretty much squeeze that in. If anything comes out, maybe I can do it later today or tonight. But for those of you who don't know, I have been following the Long Island serial killer case with great interest because it's where I live and it's where, body parts have been showing up since my children were little on the beaches that I would take them to. So it's a case that is very close to home and close to my heart. Buzzing for truth. John is a guy and Chloe is an it. Yes. And then Jen McCabe says, oh, and when she's going through One Meadows, I went into a living room and a dining room. There's a lot of distancing language going on. Pay attention and listen for it. A lot of distancing language and a lot of crocodile tears. I mean, it looked like somebody was trying to well up the tears and trying to get the tears to come, and they just didn't come, in my opinion. Thank you, Bryce Jones, for the 10. In my own legal case, suing someone over fraud, my phone was extracted and my phone said owner Ashley. I've never figured out why my name was wrong. That's interesting. I wonder if that's interesting. Huh. Very strange. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure those text messages, especially the ones that Matt McCabe were crossed with, came from the feds. Because there was never any Rule 17 motion to get Matt McCabe's cell phone records. So I'm pretty sure they came from the feds. And the feds have everything. So these witnesses need to be very, very careful about what they choose to maybe be less than truthful about because the feds have it all. Mrs. Parks is in the house. Thanks for the 10. The other discrepancy in the Jen McCabe testimony, the broken taillight omens in Karen Reed's original call to JM. Karen Reed hadn't left the house yet, right? Am I crazy? I did send you an email with something fun. Thank you. Thank you. A lot of stuff, I don't know what it was. I'll have to look through, but a lot of people that send me stuff, I can't use it on the air because I can't vet it. I'm fact-based, I'm document-based, I'm a lawyer, so I can't show clips of things that I don't know are legit, and I'm not sure what it is that you sent me, whether it was photographs or a link to a post or something else. But I'm very careful about what I show on the air because it needs to be thoroughly vetted. But thank you, Mrs. Parks, for the 10. And yeah, all of a sudden now she's telling Jen McCabe, while Jen McCabe is still in her bedroom, that she broke her taillight. And then Matt McCabe testified that he didn't want his wife to go with Karen Reed because of the cracked taillight. The whole thing is crazy. So apparently he knew about it too, but he never came out of the house. And he thought the taillight was just out, that it was busted and it wasn't working. And so he didn't want his wife driving in that, but he never offered to go with them. So weird. Suzanne, off topic, but my horse sees the gray won the Preakness Saturday and is pointed to the Belmont. That's amazing, Suzanne. That's amazing. Is it actually your horse? Like you're a owner or part owner of the horse, or you bet on that horse? Sees the gray. Congratulations. If you bet on the horse, and I hope you won lots of money. That's amazing. The Belmont's near me, so that's a really good time. That cameraman, I don't know what's going on there, but it's like there's an earthquake in the courtroom. Linda Vergata, thank you for being a member for 7 months. I've been watching much longer. Thank you. Thank you, Linda, for being such a staunch supporter and longtime viewer. And that's probably, I mean, the channel's only been around since July. So 10 months. So you've been here since Jump, I think, right? Thank you, Linda. Beautiful messy bull. Good morning. Did you see Grant got a 1-year restraining order against him and is banned from court for his assault on Jess outside? No, I did not. I try and stay away from anything that has to do with that guy, but I guess that he won't be in the courtroom is a good thing because he was apparently pretty distracting to the other people in the courtroom. So that's cool, I guess. Too bad for him. But I saw people sent me some video of him acting a little bit crazy on the courthouse steps. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there, to be honest. I don't know what's going on, and I don't want to be anywhere near that person. He's been threatening me on Twitter for a very long time now. What seems like a very long time. Accusing me of doing all kinds of things with regard to some person I don't even know, and naming me and calling for my disbarment. And he's like, there's something wrong with that person, for real. Like, there's really something wrong. There's some disconnect in the brain. Hi, Greg. Good morning. Thanks for the 20. Matt McCabe's left hand holding the text messages was shaking uncontrollably. And unfortunately for the jury, will never see that. It was such an I'm caught shake. Can't wait for today's cross of Jen. She's a bad liar. I think the jury did see it. I think they saw it. I think there was some voir dire, and it was kind of confusing when the jury came back in the room, but he still looked a little shaky and very shook. He looked very shook, don't you think? When he was testifying about that. And then he made up some shtick about how, tell them, who's them? And then he said it was NBC News. But the text right before that was referring to Chris Albert, and it said, tell Chris to ask some questions. And then the same part of the same text was, tell Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house. So who is he telling Chris to ask questions of? Chris is going to ask questions of Channel 4. Why would they're not? Channel 4 is the one asking questions, not Chris. It didn't make sense. I think he was trying to think of something on the fly. And that's what he came up with on the fly. Because Chris Albert allegedly was not at 34 Fairview. Why would Channel 4 be going to D&E Pizza? It didn't make sense to me. The whole thing didn't make sense to me. So who do you think he was really talking about when he said, tell them the guy never went in the house? I have questions. So many questions. Good morning, Jimmy. I got some emails from you too, Jimmy. I did read them. I can't always respond, but thank you. Question, why could Matt McCabe have a cell phone on the stand, or was he just using the light? Yeah, he was using the light because he couldn't see the text messages, he said. Although he can see the wave patterns of tire tracks all the way from the front storm door at 34 Fairview. He could see those on a dark, snowy night with no outside lights working because, Brian Albert said he doesn't really change the bulbs and they all go dead now and then. He could see those wavy tire tracks, but he couldn't read the paper right in front of him. So at one point, the judge gave him a phone from, I think, one of the clerks or something. And then when he came back in after the break, he was allowed to use his own cell phone for flashlight purposes. I don't know that he was texting. I don't know. I've heard people say that. I can't confirm or deny. Channel 4 says differently. Wait a second. Hold on. You guys are talking quickly. I may have to do a little slow down. For you guys, if you want to slow the chat down, just put your finger on it or your cursor on it if you're on a laptop. Good morning, Patronus Glow. Another one of my amazing moderators. Please note that nothing mentioned here is legal advice. Yes. And the comments of my viewers are the opinions of my viewers, not necessarily mine, and my opinions are my own. Likewise. Good morning. Cal D, Jen's going to be exhausted thinking of this cross all long week and must have been hell for her. Yeah. 3 days. That's why I didn't want to go on the air. I didn't want to give any hints. I didn't want to point out all the discrepancies. between the original statements and what's been testified to on the stand and what we've seen so far. It's hard. It's hard for me to keep my mouth shut, but I did it. Did it for the good of justice. Sandra, good morning. Good morning, Sandra. Thanks for the super chat. Just sat down with popcorn waiting for Jackson from the UK. Hello, UK. All my UK viewers. Dee's D became a member. Welcome. Mrs. Parks in the house. Haas long to die on the stand. Full transparency. Someone else posted this comment earlier. Props. Autocorrect is messing up my comments. I know. I don't like autocorrect. Is there a way to turn it off? Because I don't like it either. Thank you for the 5, Mrs. Parks. Hi, Jane. Can't wait for your song of the day. I had a couple going this morning. Any Canadian viewers in the chat? Any Canadian viewers in the chat? Lunatic Fringe, I know you're out there. That's one of them. We talked about that one on Friday. And when I looked that one up, I thought it was by a different band. Does anybody know the artist of the original Lunatic Fringe? Here they come. They're coming in. It's a Canadian band. There's no volume yet. It's not us. It's Core TV. Oh, come on. Really? Red Rider. You're right. It is Red Rider. Were they a one-hit wonder band? They're a Canadian band. I don't know the year that Red Rider released Lunatic Fringe, but my Canadian friends might know. My Crime Time says Lally whispers Channel 4 to Matt. You can hear it. Really? While he's testifying? All right, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that. You're in hiding, right? You're in hiding, Lunatic Fringe. Yep. We're living in the land of confusion. That's been one of my songs before. That's a great song by Genesis. Another one that I had early on was I Don't Remember, I Don't Recall. Peter Gabriel. Oh, Karen's looking good today. She's wearing a pattern. She usually doesn't wear patterns. I'm sure they'll be critiquing her outfit all over the place. And here we wait. Here we go. We're just waiting. Oh, hi, Laura. Good morning, Laura. Laura says, poor Jen's about to get eviscerated. Problem with Jen is she thinks she's the smartest one in the room, and that's not going to always play well, and it rarely plays well for witnesses when you're dealing with someone who's been sharpening his surgical tools all weekend. And we're going to see some surgical precision. Sledgehammer, that's a good one. Sledgehammer is a good one. For those of you who don't know, that's John O'Keefe's mom right there. John O'Keefe's dad to the left. He looks exhausted. Hi, Emmy. Emmy's been a member for 5 months. I've been here since Maya. Thank you, Melly. Thank you, Emmy, for being here for so long. Loza, thanks for the 5. Says, I have my kids on the iPads. My coffee ready for the moment we've all been waiting for. We're all ready, Loza. Here's Mr. Reed, Karen's dad, and next to him on the right, to the right on your screen, is Karen's mom, and that's Karen's brother. And I believe the girl sitting next to Karen's brother, I think that's Karen's friend. I'm not really sure. Good morning, Nellie Vieira. Thanks for your super chat. When Matt said he heard Jen say, I'm speaking to Karen now, could this be the call Nicole denies picking up? I don't know. I think there was a call to Julie that Julie denied picking up. That Julie says was 5:55, but we know it was at 4:55. I don't think she called Nicole that morning, which would have been the logical thing to do. If she last saw him outside 34 Fairview, why wouldn't she just call her sister Nicole? All right, the sound is up. Hi, Kimbers, Ohio. Thanks for being a member. I love watching this with all of you. Thank you. Thank you, Kimbers. I love watching it with all of you too. Makes me feel less alone, screaming into a void. Jackie says Braintree and Canton are a good 15 to 20 minutes, depending on the parts of town you're going to. Okay. So I guess in a blizzard, it would be a little bit longer. Let's do the time warp, says El Rose. That's a good one. Good one, El. RVA says Mr. Alan Jackson is looking very confident this morning, wearing the power tie. He's always got a pretty amazing suit. His sartorial splendor is on point. It is on point. She did call Nicole and say something like, "You're not coming out," or "Don't come out," right? But that was from the scene when she was in the car after she called 911, not from her bedroom. So we're talking about the calls from her bedroom that Matt overheard. Matt says he woke up to somebody screaming, "Jen, Jen, Jen." Thought it was one of his kids. Although why one of his kids would be calling their mother by her first name, I don't know.
You know what? I'll be right back.
I'll be right back. Okay. Everybody rise so the judge can be right back and take a call or grab another coffee or use the ladies. I don't know. Joanna, thanks for the 20. Wouldn't the whole conversation in the back of the cruiser between Jen and Karen have been recorded when she supposedly said the silly stuff about where the blood came from on her hands? That is a great question. That's when she said that they were praying in the car. I don't know if there would have been would the dash cam have been on, and would it have picked up that audio? That's a great question, Joanna. I think we're going to find out some things about that timeline too, of when she says they were sitting in the back of the cruiser praying. That was another song that came into my head. Anybody know Kesha's song, Praying?
All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Hey, good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I want to ask you those same three questions. Were you
God
all
save
able
the
to follow
Commonwealth.
the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
No.
Everyone said no or should. Thank you very much. May we have Ms. McCabe, please?
That's right. That's where the Google search was alleged to have happened, says Bumbling Bee. That's why she changed where she claims Karen Reed asked her to Google. She first said it was in the car and changed it afterwards.
The evidence should be recorded during the case. Here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, family is important to you, is it not?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it's probably fair to say that family is one of the most important things in your life.
Yes.
You indicated on Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe, and you considered him a friend.
Yes.
You also indicated that you know Ms. Reed, and at some point you considered her a friend.
Yes.
But clearly, John O'Keefe was not family, was he?
No.
He was not a McCabe, correct?
No.
He was not an Albert.
No.
Karen Reed is not family, correct?
Correct.
Not a McCabe.
No.
She's not an Albert.
No.
Ms. McCabe, when you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning hours of the 29th, you spent some time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Correct.
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
No.
Matter of fact, they seemed like a normal couple to you?
I didn't see them interact much.
They were both engaging with you, correct?
I had separate conversations with them.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos, I'm not going to play the video, John O'Keefe was situated for the most part over in that corner as the camera is looking, the right corner of the bar, along with you, Nicole O'Keefe's, I think Matt McCabe was over there as well, correct?
I can't be sure, but I know I spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to suggest that there was any tension or discord between and among those individuals, certainly between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
When you left Fairview, were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I left with, there was 4 of us that left total. And it was
Which were?
myself, my husband, Matt, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
When you walked out, Karina Kolokithis was close by, close in town, correct?
Oh, wait, are you talking about leaving the waterfall?
The water.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Correct.
Yes, we were one of the last to leave.
All right. And Miss Karina Kolokithis was sort of in tow right with you as you're walking out, correct?
Yes,
And Karen Reed, my client, was also heading that direction as well, correct?
yes.
And you said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
We were in a conversation, yes.
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me to Karen?
No,
You didn't say that.
not exactly those words.
What exactly were the words that you used?
I said, why don't you come with me?
Oh,
And you even waited outside in what was ultimately freezing cold temperatures for Miss Reed, correct?
Yes,
If you could take a look, Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a 15-second clip from that.
Okay.
she didn't say that on
It's a
direct.
little bit longer than that. It may be a
And calling Karina Kolothikis a liar is not going to be a good look because I loved her. We all loved her. I think the jury loved her.
For the record, Your Honor, this is about runtime 12:10 and 17 seconds or so. If you could move that up, Mr. Bates, to 12:10 and about 45 seconds. That's close enough. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this portion of the video?
I see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what the thing on the white thing is.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it and let's see if you recognize any of this. Pause, please. Oh, that's a terrible place to pause. A little further. It's also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting now.
It's a little tough.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Well, actually, we enhance that just a little bit. Did you see a person in the background right there?
I honestly, I can't make out what that is.
Let's play it forward and see if this helps. Okay. Now do you see a person?
Yes,
The lighting is terrible. I apologize. Not my video. Do you know who that person is?
I don't know.
That's you, isn't it?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play it a little bit further forward. Awesome. Now, with the flag out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
That looks to be John.
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
Do you see someone to his right?
I do. Yes.
And who is that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward. And pause. You see the person with the sort of white shoes just above the car.
Yes.
Does that appear to be you?
I can't make that out that it's me, but I know I was there and I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
Hovering.
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No.
this frame?
That looks like they've walked away.
Right. As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Well, do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
Well, gee, this is the point where I get to ask the questions and you get to answer.
Mhm.
Introduce yourself. Standing.
And you already said there? I get to ask, this is the point where I get to ask the questions and you answer them. How about that?
In the parking lot after John and the person to his right had walked
Yes.
away. Okay, let's play it for just a few more seconds. Go ahead and pause. And what do you appear to be doing at that point?
Walking to my car.
Okay, so you turned around and left after Mr. O'Keefe and the person to his right walked away, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video leaves a little to be desired, you know that John O'Keefe left with Karen, correct?
Yes,
So the person to his right, the more petite person with the long hair, that would be Karen.
I would assume.
Okay, so you waited out in the parking lot for a few minutes after you said or joked, "You're coming with me," or something like that, correct?
I wouldn't, no, I was speaking to them and then I walked to my car.
You didn't say to Mr. O'Keefe, "You're coming with me." You said to Karen Reed, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, correct?
Mr. O'Keefe was not outside when I said to Karen, "You're coming with me." I told Karen, "You're coming with me," because John was still in the bar with Matt.
So you asked Karen to come with you in your car
Yes,
to give her a ride,
yes,
separate from John O'Keefe.
yes. I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you wanted to separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
No,
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're going to go?
Matt was still inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, to my client, to separate her from John O'Keefe, even though your testimony is John O'Keefe was just inside the bar.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form. Ask it differently.
Sure. Did you believe it was important at that point to ask Miss Reed to come with you, which would separate her from John O'Keefe,
There was never any idea of separating them.
except for the fact the idea was, "You're coming with me," not "You two are coming with me," correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you, you'd be separating her from John, wouldn't you?
We were standing outside
My question
talking.
would be answered yes or no. By definition, your statement to her, "You come with me," would separate her from John, wouldn't it?
Would not, because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
But not at the same time, ma'am, correct? Your idea is to bring Karen with you, separate and apart from John.
We were waiting for John to come out, and I said, "Why don't you just come with me?" It was innocent.
I'm not asking for your
Innocent. It was
We'll
innocent.
get to that.
It was innocent. Okay. It was innocent. Wow. She's proclaiming her innocence here. You don't argue with a guy like Alan Jackson. You don't try and outsmart a guy like Alan Jackson. You don't become belligerent with a guy like Alan Jackson, because this is not going to go well. It's already starting to go downhill for her. It was innocent. Who says that? She thinks that she's being accused of something already when he's just saying you wanted her to go in your car, right? You wanted to separate them.
Is to bring Karen with you, separate and apart from John.
We were waiting for John to come out, and I said, "Why don't you just come with me?" It was innocent.
I'm not asking for your explanation.
And she looks right at the jury when she says it was innocent. One more time.
And I said, "Why don't you just come with me?" It was innocent.
I'm not asking for your explanation. You'll get to that with Mr. Lau. I'm asking for a yes or no question or yes or no answer. By definition, your invitation would separate Karen from John, would it not?
Objection.
Right over.
Sustained. Move on.
Would it or or would not separate John and Karen for the ride over?
Objection.
Sustained.
What? He's allowed to ask questions,
Now,
Your
when you
Honor.
arrived at Fairview, some folks were already there, correct?
Yes.
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr.
And then you arrived, as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes, correct.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Mhm.
You testified on Friday that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
Yes.
Can we have exhibit 66 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
This is a digital model of the location. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a relative scale model of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
This would be the front door, correct?
Yes.
And where's the mailbox? If you can point to it with the laser pointer. So you're pointing to an area just in front of a car that's in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And then the driveway is to the right.
Yes.
And then along this line is the front lawn area and property line of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that
I want to point something out here. Notice how, I'm going to full screen this for a second. You can see there's 2 cars in the driveway. This is a model or a recreation by Microdots, who's done a lot of amazing videos on YouTube. If you don't follow Microdots, follow them. At one point, Karen says to John, pull up behind me. Okay, there's 2 cars already. She said she was parked on the left side. There's 2 cars already here. One looks like a pickup truck maybe, and a second smaller car. She was driving at the time a Yukon Denali, which is an enormous truck, SUV with 3 rows. Why would she say pull up behind me in the driveway? Is there enough room there for another car? I don't think so. So I don't know. That kind of rang hollow with me. And I was thinking about that over the weekend. So just you keep that in mind and let me know what you think.
Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
Yes.
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
Yes.
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
That's quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
Okay. What I'm asking is, you didn't just say your memory was not just somewhere in front of a house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the
Mhm.
front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
You're not sure? You might have.
I'm not sure if I said whose Jeep is that.
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am. Oh, wait. No, excuse me. Repeat the question.
Hold on. Let's repeat the question ourselves.
Was wondering whose Jeep it was.
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
It did because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
You're not sure? You might have.
I'm not sure if I said whose Jeep is that.
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
you're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am. Oh, wait, no, excuse me. Repeat the question?
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that mailbox, correct?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know where the Jeep was because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car
Got
and
it.
I asked.
Now,
I
you
possibly could have
just-
asked.
One at a time, please,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you.
That's okay. You can continue.
Thank
Oh.
you.
I don't think we,
She's going to give him permission to continue. Oh, just when you thought it couldn't get any better. She's going to give him permission to continue because she wants to control the conversation. What? She's like a trapped. She's trapped.
Asked.
Now,
I
you
possibly
just-
could have asked.
One at a time, please,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you.
That's okay. You can continue.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your answer.
Can you repeat your answer?
To the question of did he know where the Jeep was?
Whether or not you told him where the Jeep was.
I did not need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time between January 29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see and where did you see it, correct?
Yes.
Nobody put any words in your mouth.
No.
Nobody told you what to say at that time.
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman. Correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Sure. Do you not have a clear memory of exactly what you told Trooper Proctor?
Well, I know what
Just yes or no? You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
Permission? Yes. Thank you.
Wow. She poked the bear. She poked the bear, says RB.
Especially the highlighted portion. Let me know after you've reviewed it. Just read it to yourself.
She knows she has to be consistent with her statement. She knows that. She gave a lot of statements.
Did you have that? Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know I told,
All I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
regarding,
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th.
well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
Proctor Trooper?
I have to do it this way, it's court rules.
Mhm.
Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
I didn't tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door and was straight outside.
I can't quite get the answer I'm looking for. The court is going to require me to ask this question again.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help.
They're throwing Proctor under the bus. What did I say before we started? Will they throw Proctor under the bus and say, that's not what I told Proctor? Here it goes. You heard it here first, kids. If she's going to be this belligerent about simple questions, wait till it's going to get hot in here. It's getting hot in here.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Hold on.
Did not say this.
Refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help.
No.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct? asked you questions about where Miss Reed's SUV
If you
was.
can show me in the report,
Just
Wow.
read it.
So
just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes?
I'm asking for your memory. You're testifying.
Yes, so my memory is exactly where the car was.
hold on. So it's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously. So the best way to do that is, Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question and
Okay.
then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take, it does.
Okay.
Okay, so just
Thanks.
go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll slow it down. Did you talk to Trooper Proctor about where the SUV was?
Yes,
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside, correct?
yes,
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, the car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
But you left out a little part by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on his part.
I see. So Trooper Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it. Do you think he's wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next.
I'll let him have it. It's the first gimme of the day, folks. First give me. We're on the first gimme. We're on the first hole. She's gonna let him have it. Pick up your ball, Mr. Jackson. You don't need to putt it out. Right away, Jen McCabe is calling Proctor a liar. They're all going to throw Proctor under the bus. And that's why we haven't seen a lot of these statements come into evidence, any of them really, because Proctor's going to need to be the one to authenticate them. And if Proctor's credibility is shot, because remember, he's under internal affairs investigation by the Massachusetts State Police as a result of his investigation of this case. And now this witness is just going to pile on. That's not what I told Proctor. It was an error on his part. With authority, she says.
Next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. And during the course of that conversation, you never once, Ms. McCabe, not once, mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at the report. Would that refresh your recollection to see the report?
Objection.
Why?
Do you think that will help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay,
May I?
yes.
Sure you will.
Direct your attention once again to paragraph 3.
Apparently, many people have contacted the court regarding the judge's coughing, which people thought were a signal for objections. And she has since stopped coughing prior to objections. Now there's just a long silence before Lolliflop
Have an opportunity to
objects.
I
review it.
have, yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed in front of 34 Fairview on that morning, correct? I'm sorry, the night before, correct?
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And when you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
Oh,
And you never mentioned, according to that report, not one word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. Mention that?
No.
Right.
okay. Your dear friend of 10 years, an amazing guy. You loved him, is dead on your sister's front lawn. Not to mention that he's a Boston police officer. And now you're going to play the game of, he didn't ask me about a Jeep. Alan Jackson says he didn't ask you about a Nissan Altima either. You don't think it's important in the investigation of your dear friend to mention details because now you're going to claim you weren't directly asked if there was a Jeep in front of the mailbox? Are you freaking kidding me with this? This is not going well. And these are very benign questions about the placement of Higgins' Jeep in front of the mailbox. And she's already getting really, really obstinate. She's digging her heels in. Wait till the tough questions come.
Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No,
And you said, I observed her car by the mailbox.
no.
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did you not mention a Jeep sitting on that, right by that driveway to Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the events of January 28th,
He asked you what you saw outside the house, ma'am.
29th, you spoke extensively to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Did you speak at all?
Yes, we did.
Between then and now to Chris and Julie Albert?
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
Okay, here we go. Here comes the harassment. Here comes the harassment. She knows because she's been watching the coverage. She's been watching the coverage of everything. She probably knows everyone's testimony. She knows that the judge had said during pretrial motions and during the motions in limine, which we were calling motions in lemonade, because that's what the closed captioning says. So if you're watching the closed captioning, just don't take it for being 100% accurate. During motions in lemonade, neither side wanted any of the harassment of the witnesses by Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy, to be allowed into this case, into this trial. Neither one did. And the judge said, well, it's going to be up to me. If a witness brings up the harassment organically, I'm going to let it in. And here she goes. She played her card too early. Someone says, yep. What I wish I could see right now is his facial expressions during this exchange. When she just said, what do you mean, do I talk to Julie and Chris? You mean about this case? I'm taking it back a second because you're going to see how she not so
That wasn't
artfully
my question.
works this in.
Chris and Julie.
To Chris and Julie Albert.
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
That wasn't my question. My question was, did you talk to them about this case, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional answers in the editorial. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection.
Okay, so objection as to the form. We've talked about this at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
You've talked to them about the details of that night, correct? The 28th going into the morning of the 29th.
Yes.
You've talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night, correct?
Yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically, no.
When people came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
Then ask if you know what they know. I'm asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
And you've
The
talked to them
timeline.
about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Do you understand my question? Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
Me,
Oh,
they
stumped.
have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
But was it in the timeline? Was it in the timeline that you and Carrie Roberts drew up together before you testified in front of the grand jury? Was that part in the timeline? Now she's a little stumped. I don't know.
In the 2 years or 2.5 years since this event, you've had extensive conversations with your friends and family about this circumstance, correct? That's fair to
Correct.
say.
Yes.
You've told them your observations, your story, correct?
Correct.
Your observations of the night,
Correct.
and they've told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
Mhm.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works. What's
I understand,
extensively?
but extensively would mean almost every day.
Wow. You tell me. This is the very beginning. This is probably going to go on all day. So buckle up, get yourself a drink of whatever it is for whatever time zone you're in. Tell me what you're drinking. This is going to go on all day. You tell me. And the snark is coming out. Let's listen to that again. Very painful for her to talk about. She just said, we're trying to figure out what happened to John O'Keefe. We've been trying to figure it out. She cared about him so much, she did not go to the hospital to see if he would pull through. She didn't even go to the hospital. She sat at 34 Fairview for 5 hours before going back to her own home, where Proctor came and met her to take her statement at around 11:30 a.m. She loved him so much. He was such a great friend, such an amazing man, that she did not go to the hospital. Let that sink in. Would you go to the hospital if this was your dear friend to see if he was going to pull through? Because you went out in a blizzard to look for him. But instead, you stay home, you give some statements, you make a personal phone call to Lank at around 9 a.m. to call him back because you forgot to tell him some things. And now you want him to add to his report that Karen said, I hit him. And she just wants to make sure that Lank had that because she thinks maybe some of the first responders heard it, but she's not sure. She wants to make sure it's in there. And so now she wants you to think, and the jury, that she's been talking about her family. Of course, they've been talking about it because they're trying to find out what happened to John O'Keefe.
They told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works.
I
What's
understand,
extensively-
but extensively would mean almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Do subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case?
Second time she's mentioning harassment. Second time she's mentioning harassment. She's trying to open the door. Has she been told to open the door? Or does she just know? Because she's heard what the judge said in pretrial motions and motions in lemonade. If it comes up organically, she's trying to put it out there organically. And she's getting belligerent. And he's pushing her buttons. And he probably didn't even mean to yet.
Every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Do subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
Every day. Every day they talk about the harassment of the case. Did you catch that? Because he said every day. She said every day the harassment of the case does, yes. Every day we talk about it. Everybody take a deep breath and say, oh, let's do a collective om.
What about the specific facts of the case? Ms.
No,
McCabe?
it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Understood.
3 is the magic
So-
number.
You've
Third
told them
time.
your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
Okay, that's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know that your phone was extracted.
Oh, we'll get to that. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. McCabe, did you think we were not going to get to you willingly handing over your phone after you cleansed it and deleted certain things and your Google search at 227 of Haas Long to Die in Cold? Did you think I wasn't going to get to that? She willingly handed over her phone. The volunteering of information is very telling here. Okay. 3 is the magic number for this trial. She's mentioned harassment already 3 times. Nobody's bitten. I'm sure Lollipop will get to that on redirect. But you know your phone was extracted, right? That was the question. And she said, I gave it over willingly. Yes, that wasn't the question. The question was, your phone was extracted. You know that, right?
About.
Mhm.
You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
And you know that your daughter's whereabouts were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury,
Mhm.
questioned by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes,
Yes, I know what Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second.
Mhm.
You admitted that it works as a quote GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable quote unquote tracking device, is your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a quote unquote good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
Oh, no, it's not
You
accurate.
said, when you testified in front of the
Mhm.
great grand jury, that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Can I see it?
Can I
Sure.
see it? She and her husband really like to see it. And they were probably told, if you don't, like what he's saying or confronting you with, ask to see it. Just like Allie McCabe asked to see the text
Yes.
messages, remember?
15?
How many family meetings do you think they've had on this case?
You said 13 through 15?
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
Just Jason's opinion says, can't believe how disrespectful she's being on the stand.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer?
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to the question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go?
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check her Life 360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No,
Okay. Did you ever verify through the 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? You ever check the app and see that?
did I ever check Life 360 app for that?
Yep.
No,
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
yes,
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Mm-hmm.
yes,
The Alberts had a dog, pardon me, correct?
yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe,
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th,
Mhm.
after 6 a.m., it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
yes,
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
yes.
Where was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes,
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
yes,
Still dark outside, right?
yes,
You walked through their door and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
yes,
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
yes.
You were loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yes,
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
no,
Brian Albert and Nicole Albert put Chloe in the bedroom with them, sleeping in the room with them. And now Jen is blowing it. She doesn't remember Chloe being there. There's been some speculation in the chat. Maybe Caitlin took Chloe home that night. Caitlin says she did not. Nobody asked Tristan, because Tristan picked up Caitlin in his car close to 2 a.m. Nobody asked him that. And Jen doesn't remember Chloe being there at all.
Matter of fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today,
Mhm.
you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it.
I
Right?
did not see it, no.
It.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before,
Mhm.
who was the last person to leave? Was it Caitlin?
I believe she left after us.
It.
We've talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. It- I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little
Mhm.
bit. You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
Brian Nagel says there was no Jeep there. She probably knows that because maybe she watched his testimony and or someone told her, but now She doesn't remember the Jeep, doesn't remember Ryan Nagel's vehicle, just lights.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember,
Mhm.
were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
Oh, can you show me?
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox.
It would
Let
be,
me finish my
mhm,
question.
mhm.
Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between?
It definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not going to be beside the Jeep, right? That's going to be in the middle of
It
the road.
would have been in the middle of the road, correct? So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's Karen Reed's SUV. As we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property. To the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves you. Okay. So you were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022.
Mhm.
Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound about right? I
Yep.
don't expect you to
Yes.
memorize that date.
Yes.
You were asked, what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location? And you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do.
Do you have it? She needs receipts before she can decide what she wants to say on the stand.
Take a look at lines 21 down the highlighted portion. Let me know.
Okay.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
That's right, Tish.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came, meaning Ryan Nagel,
Okay.
correct?
Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan that
Mhm.
night, and you'd refresh your recollection about the time,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified that as soon as you saw Miss Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her SUV, correct?
Objection.
Let him have
Is
it.
that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside,
Ms.
and
McCabe, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
You can explain at another question. My question.
Okay, hold on. Now, the reason she knows all of this is because Julie Nagel was testified under cross-examination that JJ Jen McCabe asked her to send her screenshots of her text messages with her brother Ryan. perhaps so that she could add it to her timeline. And now this witness is being cross-examined on those screenshots that she requested Julie Nagel to send her. And she's now testifying as to what those text messages said from Ryan to Julie. Here, and he said he's going to leave, and then she goes outside. So her timeline is very specific because she's asked a lot of other people for receipts to build this timeline. So pay attention, because this is going to be good. She's trying to not, she's doing everything she can to try to not answer the question and to try and be specific or consistent with her testimony in front of two grand juries, the state and federal grand jury. Because it doesn't really matter that, you know, Proctor wrote down the wrong thing or he misheard her. What matters is, in her mind, what she swore to tell the truth to under oath at two grand juries.
Outside
Ms.
and
McCabe, that's not,
he was going 23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside
Ms.
and
McCabe, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
She wants her narrative.
And another question. My question is very specific. Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
Okay. She had to agree to that. Karen's car was there for 4 minutes
Snow
before she ever
condition.
noticed
There's
it.
A lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. But it's safe to say that you would agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow, correct? I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Lally on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe it?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
Well, the court reporter can't put your hand motions in the record, so you're going to have to describe that with words. But notice how she uses the same wave pattern that her husband uses, coincidentally or not.
Like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like started if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend, it was kind of like that. Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave,
Okay.
like this in the road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw. That's the wave that you saw.
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying here. So if it didn't go up to her car, those tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute. You already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right? That's the what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. You first saw the car,
Mhm.
that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago
I thought she did too.
that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car, correct?
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well, I thought you just said, as I asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks when I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
It's not, doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple times.
Did you see the tire tracks the second time?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Did you see them
Oh.
the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it could have been the first time,
Could have been.
but they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Word salad, my friends. Some pretty good tossed word salad here going on.
Yes.
Apparently her attorney is sitting in the courtroom, Kevin Reddington.
In addition to Trooper Proctor interviewing you on the 29th, you also gave extensive testimony on April 26th, 2022 in front of a state court grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked about the location of Miss Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car. Is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked about Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck?
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so
Oh,
if you could show me what you're talking about, I
I've had a
would
few.
greatly appreciate it.
I've had a few grand juries. Okay. Okay. You want to bring in the feds? You want to bring the feds into this conversation? Is that like your little you're tossing that out there like bait? Because your harassment that you've mentioned 3 times has not been nibbled on yet. So now you want to talk about a few grand juries? Okay. She opened the door on that one, didn't she? Now she opened the door on the federal grand jury. Wonder if she was consistent at a few grand juries. There were 2. If there's been 3, that's news to me. Has she been testifying in other cases? I don't know what's going on. I don't know. She wants the receipts. Perjury is a jailable offense. So it's good to be accurate.
Yes.
Things up, Your Honor. if I could have just a moment.
She wants to be shown her state grand jury testimony transcript so she can be consistent.
Thank
you. To pages 182 to 187, you can probably scan those pretty quickly and just let me know after you scan those.
Okay.
I don't know if she can scan 5 pages that quickly, unless she went to the Evelyn Wood speed reading class. Remember Evelyn Wood speed reading? Back in the day, it was a thing. Good morning, Danielle. Thanks for the super chat. Danielle's new here. Everyone say hi to Danielle. Fellow Long Island gal. Long Island strong. Anyone hear Lally's hot mic moment when he says regarding Ricky in car with Ryan Nagel that he was sure to screw this up? I think he meant the pronunciation of Ricky D'Antano's last name. That was my understanding, but who knows?
Thank you.
Thanks for the super chat, Danielle.
Did you have an opportunity to glance at those pages?
I did, yes.
As you glance at those pages, my question is a relatively simple one, but I wondered if you have an opportunity. At no point, when you were the vehicles that were out front, in front of 34 Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath, in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front in some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is
You
it
were,
in there?
fact- Yeah, it is.
Okay,
You were,
what,
in fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
if you want to show me?
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you
I-
review your
I
transcript?
Just read it all. I didn't see it.
Ms. McCabe, you
Objection.
can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
I will do the same for the security. Okay? As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front, did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no. You did or you didn't? Did you mention ever in that grand jury that there was a Jeep behind Ms. Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
You mean to tell me she wasn't
As you
prepped?
sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
I can't, you need to keep your
Okay.
voice up, please.
Sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here.
Let's
do
try
you
this again.
recall mentioning the Jeep, ma'am?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
Oh,
Fair
boy.
enough. Did you and Mr. Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins's Jeep and what he testified to?
No.
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Were you ever asked by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
After you arrived and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, "Pull behind me," to John. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at 12:40, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
And at 12:42, you texted, "Where are you?"
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
So that's 5 text messages. And each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first 2 I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Can I see it?
Possibly.
Okay. So if you got up and walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text,
Mhm.
and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second, that would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45. You'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me, because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again? A second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so
If he moved up and he was already parked in front of the house, let's say, or she, Karen Reed's vehicle, moved up, was parked in front of the house on more towards the flagpole, why would she text pull in behind me? Because there's a Jeep behind her, maybe allegedly, and pulling in behind me would mean backing up and then pulling into the driveway. Why wouldn't, if they were going to stay, why wouldn't they just stay where they were, parked on the side of the road in front of the house? Does that make sense to you? Why would she be saying back up and pull behind me into the driveway when there probably wasn't even any room in the driveway? She drives a Yukon Denali. That's an enormous vehicle. It's got 3 rows. It's huge. I happened to be next to one yesterday and I was like, oh, that's what Jen McCabe was driving in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. It's a huge vehicle. There probably wouldn't have been room behind her car. Let's see if they get into that.
so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door, stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the window, or I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct? At 12:31.
Correct.
All right. At that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it
Oh,
only
boy.
moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
So the first time I saw it, it was here. And I said here. And then the next time I texted, I said, pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going. You said you saw it pull up again a second time. So you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right. So that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Okay. Well, she's already said 3 times because, 3 is the magic number in this trial. Didn't she already say 3? Aussie Insider's already planning the mashup. Today's mashup is going to be loaded. When the walls come crumbling down, when the walls come tumbling.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe.
Maybe I used the wrong wording
have just a
3
moment.
times instead of twice. Give me 3 steps, mister. Give me 3 steps towards the door. Oh boy, she wishes she has 3 steps towards
So-
the door right now.
When you testified in front of this other proceeding, didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Would you be able to show me that?
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna take a minute.
Okay. We got time. We got until 1 at least when the judge has to leave. Yeah. Yeah, there's that. Iceman, thanks for the 5. Heard great things about you through Young Jerks and other channels. First time here and looking forward to your content. Thank you, Iceman 2.0. Welcome, and hope you're liking it so far. Susan, thanks for the 10. This weekend, while I watched some other YouTubers following this trial, you were often mentioned as the go-to for this case, along with you being all around fabulous. Oh, that's amazing. I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you, Susan Agnello. I appreciate the 10 and the kind words. That's amazing. Ed, it looks like Ed 11, the McAlberts were partying all weekend. Yeah. Thank you for your this weekend or the weekend in question. Paw Printed Heart, thanks for the 2. Do you think John's family is supporting Karen? It seems like they are not. It seems like the mother is definitely in with Jen McCabe, has been tight with Jen McCabe ever since the night that Officer O'Keefe was tragically murdered. I do not know about the father, and I do not know about the brother, but it seems like he's right there in the checkered shirt. He's been glaring at Karen a lot during the trial. But I thought during his testimony and during his wife's testimony, Erin, it seemed to me like Erin really missed Karen. They were really good friends. And it seemed to me that she missed her. I don't know. Outrage Mama Bear says, I feel like a kid on Christmas morning. Thanks for the super chat. Intellectual iconoclasm. Thank you for the super chat.
Yes.
Dissecting testimony? Nope. This will be an evisceration. Good morning, Laura. You didn't even say good morning. Poor woman. Thanks, Laura. And Laura comes in again. Can he treat her as a hostile witness? She's angry. Not yet. Usually a hostile witness is when you call a witness yourself in your direct case.
For the record, that's pages 780.
And your client that you call in your direct case, your witness that you call in your direct case turns against you. That's when the hostile witness is used. He can lead her. He can cross her. He can sort of treat her as hostile without asking for permission, if that makes sense. Because the adversarial witness is deemed to be hostile, especially she's trying so hard to smile through this. The witness, Jen McCabe, is Bryce. Thanks for the 5. Her demeanor is so defensive. I can tell she's stressed. Talking about Jen McCabe or Karen? I think Jen McCabe. Thank you, Kathy Todd, for the super sticker. That girl, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. You are so kind and generous. Great coverage. Thank you. When do you think the defense will just ask acquit requested? It is officer, not Mr. I know we've been talking about this throughout all the pretrial proceedings. Nobody ever refers to him as Officer O'Keefe. In fact, I think during the trial, they were told not to. I don't like it. I always refer to John O'Keefe as Officer John O'Keefe because it hurts my soul when to think that a brother in blue was treated in such a way as this shoddy as hell investigation from get-go. They never looked at anybody else. The jig is up. Do not like how they don't address John proper, but they address Trooper. Yes, thank you, Vet Girl. I've been noticing that since I started covering this case in January, and it personally offends me every single time. And Vet Girl again coming in. Thank you so much for another 10. Let's see how calm she really is under pressure. Sides are switching, in my opinion. Under pressure. Wolfram, thanks for the 10. Friday, under direct, she was looking all over the place while narrating her answers. Today, she is holding eye contact with Alan Jackson while answering. That's interesting. I saw her glance at the jury a couple of times for effect. Southern Mom, thanks for the 5. I think it's very clear that she was running the show. She's discussing, do you think her attorney would tell her to tone down the excessive attitude? You would think. You would think, and he's right there in the courtroom. Suzanne, thanks for the 5. Jen McCabe is a disaster. She keeps contradicting herself. This is wonderful, says Suzanne, and that's Suzanne's opinion.
Yes.
You had an opportunity, Ms. McCabe, to review those few pages from your testimony in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted. You indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
Correct.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks, after the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronologically.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking. So
I didn't ask you about your husband.
Okay.
Didn't
How
ask
about
him.
you?
Mm.
The
Didn't
answer is
ask him.
correct.
Yes.
Um, So you're indicating that you're trying to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm not good with distance.
It's further
Oh.
than you and I are from each other, correct?
Correct.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
She's not good with distance.
Again, I'm not
There's
good
no
with
yards or
measurements.
feet.
Just right outside the front door, though. Within,
Straight outside, yes.
well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. Of the front door is where it was.
Ms. McCabe, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes, and then it moved. Correct.
And then moved the second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole and then it moved up again.
Okay. Then you indicated that you had an absolutely clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view,
Clear view.
I could see the car out front. Yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. Remember that?
Yes.
And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside. Correct.
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming
Objection,
down
Your Honor.
sufficient?
What? Why objection?
So let's hear the question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it.
Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question and the reading.
Oh, that's okay. I'm going to allow the question.
Good, because she won't answer a
Is that
damn
your testimony?
question.
Yes.
So not only did you have a clear view, you indicated in your words you had a good view of it, right?
Correct.
Then you noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text, it's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
You maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, the SUV was gone, right?
Correct.
So you would agree, we just do some basic math, you're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
I guess I'm, if you want to pull out the times and you can look at them.
Well, we talked about the times and you
Mhm.
agreed that you were texting between 12:27 and 12:45,
Correct.
right? So if you were just to divide that by 5 times, getting up and looking, I don't know, I'm doing the math in my head, maybe it's every 3 minutes or so.
Correct.
At
She's
no
not good
time
at
did you hear
distance
any
or
noise
math.
or sound outside that was unusual? Caught
No.
your attention? You didn't hear any squealing of tires? At no time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual? Caught your
No.
attention? You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
No.
You didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or doors slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out at the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that. Is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the body?
Where
I
was
have
the
no
body?
idea.
So I have a question, Miss McCabe. Where was the body?
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
hmm
Where was the body?
I have no idea.
No idea.
I'm assuming the body
Don't
was
assume.
on the front
Nobody
lawn.
asked you to assume.
The problem with that is you were looking at the front lawn, weren't you?
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
Do you know what field of view is?
Field of view. Do you know what field of
Would you
view
like to
is?
explain it?
Sure.
You had a clear and good view across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear
Okay.
and good view of that SUV.
Am I insane? Didn't she just say she had a clear view of it when it moved near the flagpole too? Are we all insane? She was just shown her grand jury testimony from the federal grand jury and agreed that that's what she said, that she had a clear view, and now she's going to try and backtrack again. Am I insane?
Good view across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it left, didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
I didn't ask you about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground. Nothing was obstructing your vision, was it?
No,
So you had a clear and good, your words, not mine, a clear and good view of the SUV
yes.
and everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
And you had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
Wow. She had a clear view of the car and its lights, and there was no clear view of anything in front of it, but she definitely had a clear view of the car. Because now he's asking her, where's the body? I don't know. She needs a definition on field of vision. Did you see a 6-foot blob on the lawn? Permission to curse. No cursing. It'll screw up the algorithm. We'll get banned. We'll get shadow banned.
And everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
And you had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
So your view was obstructed on what was between you and the SUV, but not obstructed on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course not. Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the SUV as well.
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that. You're focusing right now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions.
Mhm.
You think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of me if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, great. Oh, that was fantastic. That was like a My Cousin Vinny moment. You're looking at me right now. Think you'd see an alligator if it was between you and me right now? Lally woke Lally up and he objected to that one. That was fantastic.
Down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that. You're focusing right now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions.
Mhm.
You think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of me if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
You think you would see something? Can you clearly see that there is nothing between you and me except a podium?
Yes. Well, there's a table.
And you don't have to look down to see that, right?
Correct.
You're looking directly in my face, but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Why? He's trying to make a point that she can see what's between her and the car, and he's making it well. He's giving her examples. I don't know why you need a sidebar for that, because she's not looking good all of a sudden.
The SUV. the SUV. As you looked over that flat lawn with that, Ms. McCabe, as you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5 times, and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
I wish I
It's
had.
a little rehearsed.
Not at all. It's not at all.
Oh my God. What? What? We thought for a minute she was going to shut up and stop because she gave a pause there before she said, I wish I did. How many of them so far that have testified said, I wish they did? Brian Albert, John O'Keefe never came in the house. I wish he did. I think Matt McCabe said it too at one point. I wish he did. Matt said that too. I wish he did. I mean, and he said, that sounds rehearsed. We're playing it back. No worries. I'm here for it.
View. There was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
Sounds like that's a little rehearsed.
Not at all. It's not at all.
Sounds like that's a little rehearsed. It's not at all. It's not at all. I never saw a body. I wish I did. AJ says, sounds a little rehearsed. And she says, not at all. Smooth as butter, my friends. Alan Jackson is. Let's put some smooth as butter emojis in the chat, my members. Doesn't get better than that.
I'll let the answer stand.
She's letting it stand, not striking that from the record. Okay. I wish I did. Sounds rehearsed. And she says, no, not at all. That is standing.
About 1:45. Is that right?
Yes.
Hold on. I didn't know where he said you left at 1:45.
You left the location about 1:45. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in. Was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Thank you. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Didn't see anything out of the ordinary then?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's
Wasn't
that
the-
question. I mean, there's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front.
Holy, can you answer a question, woman? Can you answer a question? You can't answer a question because you want to control the narrative and you want to talk about what you want to talk about. And that's not the way court works. You're asked a question and you answer the question. If it's a yes or no question, you answer yes or no. She wants to get a narrative out there, and she, by hook or by crook, she's going to get that narrative out there. And the jury, in my opinion, is not going to like it. Yep, she has to have the last word. She cannot answer a simple question. She cannot be controlled. That's the message she's sending out there. I cannot be controlled. I'm going to say what I want, regardless of what you ask me. I have a narrative. Little Miss can't be wrong. This is who she is. Little Miss can't be wrong. And you're right. It was the Spin Doctors. I said I thought it was the Black Crowes the other day. I was wrong. I looked it up. I thought I heard the Black Crowes sing it at a show once. Probably not. Spin Doctors. Little Miss can't be wrong. And by hook or by crook, she is going to tell the things that she wants to tell. Now she wants to talk about bread and peanut butter and jelly in the back seat and her niece and how she fed her right? It's the harassment. Yes, you're watching this. It's really happening. It's really happening. And this is like narcissism to the 10th power. Word salad, semantics. I'm just going to answer the question I want to ask. Nobody's going to control me. I'm going to say what I want to say. Tell me if you think the jury is going to look favorably
Fine,
upon
that's
this.
why I'm
Question,
looking out the front window.
again, there's that question. I mean, there's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front. That's why I said I didn't see anything out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right. Did you see that the headlights came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So according to you, you got in the car and immediately twisted yourself, looking directly to the rear and never turned back around and never looked outside the windows.
Correct.
Is that normal for you?
Yeah, I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
We can
You made
tell.
sure that you didn't look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody, you did hear some of the girls in the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
Oh,
But you were turned around looking right at it, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you,
Correct.
so that you could make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's not why I did it. I was talking to the two girls.
When you got home, what did you do?
I went up to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
Somewhere after approximately, between 2 and 2:15.
approximately. You've got Life 360. You've looked at Life 360 for all the rest of your testimony to get the timeline straight about when Allie went to pick up Colin. You used Life 360 in your statement to Proctor. You showed it to him on your phone to gauge all of the times that you told Proctor about. But now you're not really sure what time you got home because you didn't look up that part on your Life 360 app. Is anybody buying this? Anybody buying what she's selling here? Between 2 and 2:15. It's a pretty wide swing. What say you? They had to drop off two girls before they came home.
I'm
You got home. When you got home, what did you do?
I went up to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
Somewhere after approximately, between 2 and 2:15. I'm
Took you a few minutes to drop the girls off.
correct.
No spoilers if you're watching this on 4 different devices. We're a little bit behind. So thank you, Susan, who says it's coming. So no spoilers, please. We like to be surprised and have real reactions in real time.
When you got home, you got on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls just using your phone? Any phone calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs?
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? Do you know what I mean by that? Like FaceTime audio or WhatsApp, phone calls, things like that?
Text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but I'm asking, did you use any kind of third-party app that uses Wi-Fi, VoIP calls other than just a phone call?
No.
Sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
I've used FaceTime. with my children,
But
yes.
not for phone calls.
No.
Like FaceTime audio is a way that you can make the call. No,
I FaceTimed with my kids at school, but
that's videos. Right?
oh, okay. So yeah, I guess not.
You didn't do that night either.
Not that I recall.
The trap is being set, maybe?
Did you? Now I'm going to get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
You texted your husband and a friend in a group chat?
Hmm?
Is that yes?
Who's the friend?
Yes,
Your husband was home?
yes.
At 2:15 in the morning?
I
Who's
wanna
the friend?
Switch gears for a second. And ask you real quick about later that morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house. You mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Carrie Roberts and my client Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You indicated
I love how he's doing this masterclass and cross-examination, jump around the timeline, because if she's very rehearsed about what happened when, and she's expecting him to go in chronological order, once he jumps around in the timeline, it's going to be more difficult for her to keep her what she wants to say straight. So now he's jumped from her being home at 2:15 a.m., texting her sisters and her husband and another person in a group chat who still is nameless, even though her husband is right next to her. And does she normally text people at 2:15 in the morning? That's a little weird to me. You're going to wake people up? I don't know. I mean, she knows she just left Nicole's house, but the other sister, who knows if she was awake at 2:15 in the morning. Okay, now he's jumping back to when they got to One Meadows to look for John in the morning.
that you looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him. Is that right?
Yes.
You obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home.
I'm not aware of that. No.
She will not admit that she saw pillows and blankets. She's trying to say, John's bed. How does she know which bed? Well, how does she know where John's bedroom is? She ever been in John's bedroom before? Did she just assume that it was John's bedroom because maybe it had a big bed? I need to know these things. The bed was made, and therefore she made a very specific point of saying that in her direct testimony, that she started running all over the house looking for John. She looked in the study where there's a couch. She looked in a dining room. She looked in a living room, and then she went upstairs. She ran into John's room, and the bed was still made. And then she ran in to talk to the niece and had a conversation with the niece. A very heartfelt one about, I'm going to find John and everything's going to be okay. She tried to well up and give us some tears, but it didn't really work out. And now she's going to say she never saw a blanket and pillow on the couch. And I didn't know Karen was sleeping on the couch.
You testified on Friday that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., that she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement. Yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it.
Yes.
Just a moment.
Rodney says, how did she get into John O'Keefe's house? Did she take his keys? She says when they pulled up, the right side garage door was open. Paw Printed Heart, thanks for the super chat. So her and her husband were taking turns looking out the door? Mm-hmm. Charlie's Angels,
May I?
Yes.
thanks for the super chat. What's the importance of Higgins Jeep being there? Someone in the chat
I'm gonna hand you a document.
can probably answer that for you.
Did you, before I ask you about that specific document, did you review anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Yes,
Did you review your grand jury testimony?
I did. Yes.
Understood. You did review your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
So the document in front of you, you recognize it?
Yes.
That is in fact a true and correct copy of your grand jury testimony on, that you gave on April 26th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct.
You'll agree that your testimony in that case, in that hearing, rather, April of 2022, that was just a few months after the events in question, right?
Yes.
You were under oath at the time that you gave that testimony,
Yes.
and you were subject to the penalty of perjury when you were answering those questions, correct?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'd like you to turn to the page, since you've reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Okay.
Was I asked what she said?
I get to ask the questions.
Well,
I
I'd
get
like you
ask
to direct
questions.
me where to look.
I want you to look at the entire grand jury testimony.
Oh, yeah.
And turn to the page where you ever said that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's in this document,
Oh,
but I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him on that morning.
but when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 26th of 2022, the grand jury that was used to indict Karen Reed and upgrade the charges to murder, you didn't say that during that grand jury testimony that led to a murder indictment. But today, with 100% clarity, you remember, I hit him, I hit. She doesn't even want to look at it because she knows that she reviewed it in preparation for her testimony. And I guess it's not in there. Wow. Just wow. Were you lying then or are you lying now? And now she's probably going to try and say, I'm just guessing, no spoilers. Nobody asked me that? Really? Really? This testimony is being used for a murder indictment, ma'am.
So it's not in that document, is it?
I'm not sure if I could take the time, and do you want me to read to over 200 pages?
May I approach?
We got all the time.
No, I don't want to take the time. Because you just indicated that you reviewed this document in anticipation of your testimony,
Mhm.
right?
Correct.
So you've gone over it recently.
A few weeks back.
So we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that in the grand jury in April of 2022, don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages or however long it is.
You think you might have missed it when you reviewed your testimony in anticipation for, I'm sorry, when you reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
This is fire.
I read it a few weeks ago,
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
and I will never forget it.
Objection.
Okay, so that's stricken.
Would you agree? Do you think that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It is, yes.
Did you see it in the transcript?
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
I would give her time to read it. I'd ask for a break and let her sit there and read it and let the jury go have some bagels and coffee.
These are select pages.
Not to mention, at the end of every transcript, there's a glossary of words where you can look up where certain words were said. So if she was given the glossary or the index, it would be easier than for her to have to read 222 pages, but that index may have been for the entire testimony from that day. And her,
These are select pages.
Mhm.
out of your grand jury testimony?
222 pages. That's a lot of testimony. It's about a minute a page, not
Isn't it
counting,
true,
you know,
Ms. McCabe, that
breaks.
You were asked and you testified no fewer than 12 times what my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene.
Hold on. Taking that back. Isn't it true that you were asked 12 times what my client said on the scene or on the way to the scene?
Testimony. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked and you testified no fewer than 12 times what my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene?
Wow, she really thought she was going to get away with it, Nellie. She really did. She can't believe that she didn't say
At
it.
the scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
My question is, isn't it true that in April of 2022, you testified no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride on the leading up to go into the scene? You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at,
Mhm.
these should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number two, on page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene, Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Yes.
Page 193, lines 1 through 2. You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she have hit him? You were relaying that, meaning, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she is asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2. While driving to Fairview, she asked the question, could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him? And went on to ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208 that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
All
Yes.
questions, all questions. She testified for 222 pages, which I'm going to submit to you is about a minute a page, because when you get this transcript back, it's in script form, question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. Typically, a script is about a minute a page when you're filming. So about a minute a page, 222 minutes. Let's say, give or take, she testified for. And in at least a dozen times, she was asked what Karen Reed said at different points during the morning. And everything that Jen McCabe testified to in front of the state grand jury in April of 2022 was a question. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could she have hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him? But today on the stand, she said with 100% certainty, and she said that with 100% certainty, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times is what she said. Tangled up in blue. Yes, it is. Tangled up. Put some fire emojis in the chat because this is fire. Look at the pursing of the lips.
That's 12 times
12 times.
that you reiterated under oath, under penalty of perjury, in April of 2022, what my client's statements were either at the scene or leading up to getting to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Not one time
Don't let her
in
go.
that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me or when we were driving in the car.
Look at the jury and try and convince them, because guess what? Ain't happening, sister. Ain't happening, sister. Ain't happening. Because you know what she's basing her testimony on now? She's basing her testimony on what Katie McLaughlin said on the stand. She's trying to make the story straight, trying to keep the story consistent. But when you're shown your grand jury testimony that was used to indict Karen Reed on murder charges and everything that you testified to, remember, a grand jury only has one attorney there, and it's Lally. There's no cross, just Lally Flop, just Lally Flop asking questions of her. Open-ended questions. What did she say to you? What did you hear her say? There's really no rules of evidence. Hearsay comes in. Everything comes in. Saul Wackler said, Chief Judge of New York, a grand jury in New York, a DA can get a grand jury to indict a ham sandwich. The rules are loose. There really aren't any. What did you hear her say? At the grand jury, she said 12 times, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And now she wants to convince the jury so badly that she heard him say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And this, they didn't ask me thing is not going to work. It's not going to fly. I'm outraged. I am outraged. Give me some I am outraged emojis in the chat, members, please. Thank you.
Or us to an ed.
Did you? She declared, not one time in that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
Unlike what you're doing now. You can't, because I find that hard to believe, because you can't answer the question that you're being asked today, can you? In fact, you haven't answered one question that I've asked you today, have you? Without embellishing, without volunteering information, without trying to worm your way into a different answer to a different question that I didn't ask. So I find it really hard to believe, ma'am, that in a proceeding with 0 rules and one attorney named Lally, that you were just trying to answer the question. And you're right, that's not what she said Friday. Didn't she say on Friday that when she was talking to Matt, when she was talking to Karen in the bedroom, that she did say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. She doth protest too much. This is like a Shakespearean tragedy. And it would be a comedy if a woman's life was not on the line, going with the potential or possibility of going to prison for life. Tiny Dancer, thank you. Says exactly, I'm a grand juror and we have a lower bar, but we all take our job seriously, and every witness is sworn in on the Bible, and all the lies here really piss her off. She wants to explain there's no way that she just answered questions at the grand jury. No way. She was really on fire there, because she was on that was her best performance, I would argue to you. Look at the way she looks right at the jury.
questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response
Mhm.
to an officer asking questions.
Uh-huh.
What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
So you believe that you weren't asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? And if you're not asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You're not going to volunteer that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's your testimony.
No, that's not.
Your testimony.
My testimony is an officer was asking her what his name was and different things about him. And at that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
I do not recall.
Of course not.
You called me, I hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the
Really?
question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her questions. And her answer was, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead?
Mhm.
Is that right?
That is correct.
Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? That is what she is saying that Karen said to Katie McLaughlin. Katie McLaughlin, who may or may not be besties with a girl she went to high school with named Caitlin Albert, who testified differently. So she was asked about that. And you have to enjoy the surgical precision with which these questions are being asked. And this witness will not answer a question. And she wants you and the jury to believe that she was more concerned with Karen and her hysteria. Wow, just wow. But we have to rewind that for emphasis because she was asked what Karen said to Katie McLaughlin. And here it is.
Most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her questions. And her answer was, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead?
Mhm.
Is that right?
That is correct.
That
But-
might have been a good time to offer up that she confessed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
Katie McLaughlin's the
Ms.
only
McCabe,
female
the
EMT
truth
on
of the matter
scene.
is, you've manufactured this new story for this jury because you think it helps you out.
Absolutely not.
You've manufactured this story for the jury because you think it helps you out. Absolutely not, she says. Convincingly, what say you?
You called 911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 has already been marked and entered. I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Oh, please
Okay.
do.
One time, 1:30 to 1:45. If you can do it in 2 seconds. And pause it. Yes. Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
That appear to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate reporting of the 911 call that you made that morning?
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Go
Let's
ahead and
play it
play,
all.
starting at runtime 1:30 to about runtime 1:45.
46 years old. 46, how long has he been outside? I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and
Stop.
He got out of the car. She
Yes,
said.
that was.
Is that the 911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what did you just say?
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
He got out of the car,
Mhm.
is what you said, correct?
Yes,
He got out of the car.
And this was at 6:03 in the morning, correct?
correct,
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert,
correct,
before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert,
correct,
before you ever talked to Chris Albert,
correct,
before you ever talked to Julie Albert.
correct,
You haven't talked to anybody at this point other than Carrie Roberts, correct?
and Karen Reed.
And my client.
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did because Karen Reed had told me
She loves to
that
volunteer.
she had left him there.
Loves to
Your
volunteer
words were,
information.
he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Did you make any other calls other than to 911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not sure.
You claim that your sister didn't answer. Is that right?
She did not answer.
But you do know that your phone extraction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
Did Brian answer?
You are as sure about that as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times, right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit. This may be as good a time as any to take a break. If you wish, I just have to cue it up. It's up to you. I don't mind.
Folks, we'll take the morning.
Ooh, good. Let's take a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break. What was that? A Kit Kat song? Break off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. Let's get past the fan and we'll go to some comments. And wow, just wow. She said on the 911 call, he got out of the car. How do you know he got out of the car? If you didn't see him get out of the car, would be my question. And also, didn't Karen Reed tell you the last time she saw him was at the waterfall? Because wasn't that your testimony? Wasn't that your testimony, Ms. McCabe? Bernie, thanks for the super chat. Why would she Google about dying in cold when they were surrounded by paramedics, first responders? Ask their lies and ask theirs lies and damn lies. Adore you, Melanie. Thank you, Bernie. Thank you. Rosemary, thanks for the 10. Melanie, a joy to watch you. I love learning here with you. Wish I could watch you in court. Bet your clients could feel your compassion. I feel it through the screen. You're the best of the best of YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm retired now, so I'm doing this with you. I couldn't enjoy it more. Dina, thank you. Melanie said some time ago that any of us could be Karen Reed. I did. I understand by watching Jen McCabe today how any of us can be framed by nasty people like Karen was. Thank you for covering this case. Thank you for believing in me and for believing in Karen and for believing in the actual truth of what the documents show and the investigation shows probably actually happened in this case. Thank you, Dina. Let's get back to court. The break is over. And I wonder if Jen McCabe spoke to her attorney, Mr. Reddington, during the break. I guess Mr. Jackson's going to
Let's bring Ms. McCabe in.
ask her about that.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to go back very briefly to something you said just before we broke, and that was in respect of the statements that you attribute to my client out of the scene. You said, well, there was an officer possibly asking questions, or it could have been a female EMT, and I wasn't answering questions about that, correct? Hence, you didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Can you be clear on your question?
Oh, she's stumped.
Before we broke a few minutes ago, you had said, the reason I didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, is because I was never asked. And the subject never came up about what an officer asked her when she declared that. So I just didn't offer it. And then you said, or it could have been an EMT.
Yes, I'm unclear who was there.
Isn't it true that at the grand jury, the question that was posed to you, and this is council, page 208. The question that was posed to you is, quote, so what happens next with yourself, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. Reed? And your answer was, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. At one point, I'm standing with Ms. Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me and listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. Remember that testimony?
I do.
So in point of fact, you were answering the direct question about what happened in front of the police officer and the EMT, correct?
There were multiple police officers and multiple EMTs
God,
present.
really?
So now this is another police officer and a different EMT.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But nowhere in this did you say that she declared the words, I hate him. Correct? We agree on that.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have an item I would like to have marked as next in order.
Okay.
Question. May I approach?
Yes.
I would like to play a portion of this and then stop it
Okay.
and ask the witness a couple of questions about it. Okay? It's audio only.
Can I get a trigger warning, please? Because if you haven't heard this before, it is hard to listen to. You can hear Karen screaming bloody murder in the background. Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. And if you haven't heard this, it's hard to listen to. So I just want to warn you a little bit before this is played. And I'm not sure exactly what they're going to play. Thank you, Cal. Thanks, Cal.
I would like to play a portion of this and then stop it
Okay.
and ask the witness a couple of questions about it. Okay? It's audio only. Stop it. Ms. McCabe, I've paused the audio tape just to ask you a couple of foundational questions. Do you recognize what's on that audio tape?
Yes, that is my voice.
Okay. You recognize you starting a 911 call, correct?
Correct.
Similar to the call we just listened to a few minutes ago, which was the actual 911 call, correct?
What's the difference between the two of them?
I'm about to explain it. It's a confusing
She
question,
knows.
and I apologize.
She
This
knows.
appears to be a open voicemail overhearing your 911 call. You recognize that?
Now that you explain it, okay.
You hear a rhythmic boom, 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 boom.
The windshield wipers.
Okay, so that was my next question. That would have been an open voicemail that was recorded inside the cab of the SUV that you were seated in, correct?
Correct.
Overhearing you call 911 and overhearing whatever else was going on, ambient noise at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Does that sound like a true and correct copy of at least the portion of the 911 call that you heard?
I have to listen to it again, but
Well, why don't we continue listening to it and see if you recognize it?
okay.
With the board's permission?
Yes.
It's about, by the way, it's about 4 minutes in total, Your Honor.
Where's my head? I don't keep on carrying.
Pause it. Do you hear a person in the background screaming?
Yes.
Who is that?
Miss Reed.
Ms. McCabe, did you hear the audio recording that we just marked into evidence?
I did. It was very muffled and some parts were very hard to understand.
Understood.
Mhm.
The person on the phone, who was that person?
I called 911.
And the person that was, for the most part, the person's voice that you could hear screaming, sounding sort of hysterical, who was that?
Karen.
Could you also hear Carrie Roberts' voice at various times in the background?
Yes.
And she was, for lack of a better word, trying to calm Karen down.
Yes.
And at some point telling her to just shut up, you're not helping.
Yes, exactly.
Because she was so hysterical and so upset.
Erratic.
I want to play the rest of this. It appears that
He says, so upset and something, and she changes it to erratic. She won't even give Karen the upset. Hold on.
at some point telling her to just shut up, you're not helping.
Yes, exactly.
Carrie's telling her to
She
shut
was
up.
so hysterical and so upset.
Erratic.
He says hysterical and upset, and she has to correct him to say erratic because that's what she does. She corrects people when she doesn't like their verbiage. For those of you who don't know what this tape is, this is a tape that was made when they pull up to the scene. Karen was leaving a voicemail on John's phone. And when they pull up to the scene and Karen sees John's body, she drops her phone in the back seat of Carrie's car and runs out. And the phone is still recording what's going on in the car. This tape's been out there for quite some time. We've analyzed it. We've looked at it during all of our pretrial investigation of this case. And that's where that voicemail comes from. It comes from John's phone. Because unbeknownst to Jen, Karen's phone was in the back seat recording everything that happened. It's not from dash cam footage. It's not from the 911 tape. It's Karen's phone in the back, tape recording a voicemail to John, and they got this off of John's phone. She can't let her be hysterical and upset. She's got to change it to erratic. With friends like this, my friends, who needs enemies?
I want to play the rest of this. It appears that this recording is longer than your 911 call. You would agree with that?
Well, I'd have to see.
Well, the 911 call is already ended, correct?
I'm not sure how long was the 911 call.
Okay, this is about 3.5 minutes into a 4-minute recording. My only question is, would you agree that the 911 call is subsumed within this full 4-minute recording?
I couldn't make that from that muffled.
You couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell. So if you have my phone record, you could, I'm assuming, tell when the 911 call ended, because I know the 911 call was long because there were multiple, they had transferred me multiple times.
Right. My question to you is, I'd like you to listen very, very closely, and I know that it is a muffled recording by definition. I'm not going to do that. From this point forward, I want you to pay very close attention. I want to ask you if you hear a voice, very muffled, toward the end of this recording. We can play it with your permission.
Yes.
Stop. Did you hear a muffled voice in the foreground after you heard Ms. Reed scream or yell?
I heard two people talking.
Okay. And one of those was a very muffled voice on this recording, correct?
Most of the recording was muffled.
The one I'm talking about is I just played the voice that was muffled in the foreground of the audio recording, for want of a better phrase.
Yes,
heard that?
I heard that, yes.
Was that you?
I don't know if that was me.
There was nobody else in the cab of the car with you, was there?
I was standing at the trunk of the car, outside of the car.
Carrie Roberts was over by Mr. O'Keefe,
Agree. Yes, they were kind of running back and forth at times.
and Karen was over by Mr. O'Keefe for most of that.
Yes,
But you were the one by the car.
back and forth.
I want us to listen to that tape again because I missed it, or it's hard to hear.
Me multiple times.
Right. My question to you is, I'd like you to listen very, very closely, and I know that it is a muffled recording by definition. I'm not going to do that. From this point forward, I want you to pay very close attention. I want to ask you if you hear a voice, very muffled, toward the end of this recording.
Toward the end of the recording.
With permission.
Yes.
Stop. Did you hear a muffled voice in the foreground after you heard Ms. Reed scream or yell?
I heard two people talking.
Okay. And one of those was a very muffled voice on this recording, correct?
Most of the recording was muffled.
The one I'm talking about is I just played the voice that was muffled in the foreground of the audio recording, for want of a better phrase.
I couldn't hear
Yes,
either.
I heard that, yes.
Was that you?
I don't know if that was me.
There was nobody else in the cab of the car with you, was there?
I was standing at the trunk of the car, outside of the car.
Carrie Roberts was over by Mr. O'Keefe,
Agree. Yes, they were kind of running back and forth at times.
and Karen was over by Mr. O'Keefe for most of that.
Yes,
But you were the one by the car.
back and forth.
You called Nicole, your sister. By the way, has this ended? Did we finish playing this just for? Okay, thank you. Okay. appears to be the end of the tape.
Okay.
You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me,
Let's give
Does
it
that
to
sound
you.
about right?
approximately.
And you made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice, yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, correct?
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Well, you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right? You were asked this question at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes.
And
And
you were shown phone records.
well, if you have them, I could see them here.
You were shown phone records then.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you were confronted with the fact that the phone records show a 7-second call for 6:07. Correct?
Objection.
I'm going to strike the word confronted. Go ahead and ask.
I'll pick another
Go
word.
ahead and
You
ask the
were-
question.
You were shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds.
My sister never answered the phone.
Okay. I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah.
I'd like it if you'd answer my question. Were you shown records that showed the call lasted 7 seconds?
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown, but I was shown a phone record.
Okay. And you were
She's memorized her phone records. We know that. She's memorized them. They're in her time. Mark Linsky, hey, nice to see you. Says, can we please hear some of this without constant non-informative input? This is simply a dramatic testimony I'm ruining. Hey, Mark, if I'm ruining this for you, you can go over to Law and Crime, Court TV. There's plenty of other places you can watch this coverage. I commentate. That's what I do. I rewind. That's what I do. If you don't like it, move along. That's all. What a rude comment to drop in the chat. But thanks so much for your input. You know, this woman has absolutely 100% memorized her phone records. She knows exactly when she made what calls. So for her to now, let people, the jury know that she has no idea what her calls were, is a little disingenuous, in my opinion, as you know.
were shown that the same phone record showed that the 6:08 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
About right. And there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute. So the two calls at 6:07 and 6:08, at least the records indicate about 15 seconds worth of open line time, talk time. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, right?
You have the record in front of you. I don't.
I'm just asking if you were confronted, there's that word again, if you were shown records that established that based on your own phone extraction, your phone records, that the 6:07 call, 7-second call, the 6:08 call was an 8-second call, right?
I was shown records, but I don't know exactly what they were, how long the call said, because she never answered the phone regardless.
You also made another phone call at 6:23, did you not? To Brian Albert?
If you could share my phone record, it would be very helpful.
Do you recall it?
I know I called my sister and I called my brother-in-law in the house. I do not know the exact times.
That's all I'm asking. You made a phone call to Brian Albert.
You know the
right?
exact time.
I believe so.
That was around 6:23. It was a few minutes after you had called Nicole twice, right?
Correct.
And that call was not answered.
None of them were answered.
But the record showed that that call was not answered, as opposed to Nicole's two calls, right?
Right.
Okay. The calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement.
Oh,
Not by me.
By somebody else?
I never deleted any calls when I willingly handed my phone over.
willingly. See how she's putting that in there again? She wants the jury to know that she willingly handed over her phone. She had nothing to hide because she willingly handed over her phone. But AJ is going to let you know, and she knows this too, because she's memorized her phone records. She knows what they have. She deleted those two calls to her sister Nicole that she claims were not answered by Nicole, but then she slipped and said they were not answered at all. I thought she was going to play some semantical game and say they weren't answered by Nicole. And then maybe at some point, somebody said, did anybody else answer them? Like Brian? We haven't heard that yet. And then she also called Brian Albert apparently at 6:23. But before she willingly turned over her phone to law enforcement, she says she did not delete those calls to Nicole, but they were deleted apparently. So, consciousness of guilt?
The calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement. weren't they?
Not by me.
Not by
Somebody
me.
else.
I never deleted any calls when I willingly handed my phone over.
You claim that you didn't delete calls, but you do know that your phone was forensically analyzed and those calls were in the deleted file folder, correct?
I have seen that, but there were 20 calls all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few makes it look a different way.
Okay, so we'll get to those. I'm not cherry picking anything. Okay?
Mhm.
I'm asking you questions about the records.
Which I would love a copy of if I could see.
We'll get to that in a second.
Oh,
I'm just going by your memory. You've seen these records a bunch of times. You've been questioned about these records a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
got any cherry emojis? Who's cherry picking? She's cherry picking her
we know that
testimony.
you called at 6:07, 6:08, or thereabouts, and about 6:23. 2 to Nicole, 1 to Brian, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that notwithstanding those phone calls, by the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock. And I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up because it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around. And what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Oh, I don't think anybody's forgotten that.
Nobody has forgotten that. What seems to be forgotten is that your friend was lying there on the ground. Why didn't you go to the hospital with him? Why didn't you refer to him as your friend when you called 911? Why did you just say there's a man passed out in the snow at 34 Fairview? Are you going to cherry pick when you call him a friend? There's a man passed out in the snow, 46 years old. And then again, there's a man passed out in the snow. He got out of a car. How long has he been here? He got out of a car. Just a man, not a police officer, not officer down. But now you want the jury to believe that your very dear friend was dead on the ground or was there on the ground. We're going to rewind it. Sorry, Mark. Hopefully you've moved on to a friendlier chat, like maybe the law and crime chat.
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock. And I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up because it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around. And what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Oh, I don't think anybody's forgotten that. You, in fact, did not leave voicemails for any of those 3 calls, did you?
Again, I don't have my phone record in front of me.
And that's because Nicole didn't get any voicemails because the calls were answered, right?
The calls were not answered.
You agree with me that Brian Albert being a police officer, never came out of the house, right?
Correct. Neither did any neighbor.
Neither did any neighbor.
I know
Just
you'd
got to
like
sneak that in.
Continue editorializing
Mhm.
after the fact. There's probably a time and a place for it. This isn't it. If you can answer my question, I'd ask that you do that.
Okay. Loving this. There's a time and a place for something, but this isn't it. We got to hear what he's going to say because she's just volunteering information. Nobody else came out of their house either. They've all been sticking to this story. Brian Albert didn't come out of his house, but nobody else did either. So totally cool, right? Nobody else did. She wants her record in front of her because now she doesn't want to perjure herself now that the feds are watching. So she wants the records in front of her so she doesn't misspeak and potentially commit perjury in this trial.
Of me.
And that's because Nicole didn't get any voicemails. Because the calls were answered, right?
The calls were not answered.
You do agree with me that Brian and Nicole Albert, Brian Albert being a police officer, never came out of the house, right?
Correct. Neither did any neighbor.
I know you'd like to continue editorializing
Mhm.
after the fact. There's probably a time and a place for it. This isn't it. If you can answer my question, I'd ask that you do that. Did Brian Albert come out of the house?
No,
Did Nicole Albert come out of the house?
no.
Thank you.
It's probably a time for editorializing, but this is not it. He said,
How many of the initial police officers from Canton Police Department who responded to the scene were you friends with?
I would say I am friendly with Mike Lank. He was 5 years older than me. I knew him.
he was the friendly. That's so funny. We know now that she's watched the court hearings because that's exactly what Alan Jackson or David Yandetti said during one of the court hearings is that they called in a friendly, and that friendly was Michael Lank. And now she's friendly with Michael Lank, looking right at the jury to let them know.
I would say I am friendly with Mike Lank. He was 5 years older than me. I knew him. I knew him growing up. If I saw him around town, I would say, "Hey, how are you?" Pretty much that's the extent.
Anybody else other than Mike Lank that you're friends with?
Not that I am friends with. I knew of Officer Sean Good, but I wouldn't say I was friends with him. I just knew who he was.
And you also knew that Officer Lank was very good friends with the Albert family.
Good friends, yes.
You knew that Mike Lank and Chris Albert had a long-standing friendship, correct?
Correct.
You just indicated you also knew Officer Good, is that right?
Didn't know him. I said I knew of him.
Okay. With regard to names like Seraph, Delaney, not so much.
Seraph has a sister that's the same age as my sister, but I had never, to my knowledge, met Seraph.
And of all the officers who responded to the scene, the two who actually went inside the Albert home to talk to Brian Albert and others was, in fact, Mike Lank and Officer Good.
I don't remember Officer Good in the house. I only remember Officer Lank.
The reason you know that, the reason you have a memory of what was happening inside the house is because you were allowed to actually go into that home, correct?
Correct.
And you went into that home before any of the officers went into the home. Is that right?
Correct.
You were allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
I woke Brian Albert up.
Were you allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you were allowed to have private conversations with your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
That was before the police ever went in to do any formal interviews of you, Brian, or Nicole, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss in these private conversations how you three were going to answer any questions for the police when you were asked?
No.
Did you talk about what you were going to say in any respect?
We were in shock. There was
Yes or
no.
Did you talk about what Brian and Nicole were going to say in their interviews with the police?
No.
Did Brian Albert give you any advice as a police detective what you should do or say when you were interviewed?
No.
Did he give you any advice as a police detective what you should do with your cell phone?
No.
Did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
No.
Did you two discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
No.
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made that early morning?
Absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
She had to sneak that in because I'm an honest and truthful person. except for when I lied on the stand a few minutes ago, swearing to this jury that I heard Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, clear as day. I heard it. And then when confronted with 222 pages of your grand jury testimony, not once did you claim a declaration. I heard, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Your everything that you said that Karen said was a question. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he alive? Is he dead? But you're an honest and truthful person. Okay. Do you need another ohm?
Call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23.
No,
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made that early morning?
absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Did you tell him which officers were outside?
I don't recall.
Did you tell him that Officer Lank specifically, friend of the Alberts, was outside?
I don't recall.
And then your husband, Matt McCabe, arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
He was allowed to come in the house as well, right?
I believe Officer Lank was in the house before Matt came into the house.
That wasn't the question.
And a little bit later that morning, Julie Albert came over, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, Officer Lank, after just a few minutes, then left the house, correct?
Correct.
Leaving all the witnesses inside together.
Correct.
And I can't remember if I asked this question or just thought it out loud. Did Julie Albert come over?
She did.
And then Chris came over.
Yes.
Even Brian Higgins came over.
Correct.
These are all friends and family of yours, correct?
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you consider him a friend.
A friend of Brian Albert's is how I would reference him.
Fair enough. So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
So he's not a friend anymore now that he flipped and took a federal proffer deal? Is that what you can't say on the stand in front of the world and your family that Brian Higgins is a friend? Now, anyway.
And everyone was permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before going into the early morning hours with each other with no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
Shock and horror has entered the
You're allowed
chat.
to discuss the circumstances of the night before going into the early morning hours amongst yourselves without any police presence. Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be allowed or not allowed. We did nothing wrong.
Understand my question? Do you get it?
Yes, I understand your question.
Can you answer it, yes or no? Were you allowed, that group of folks,
Mhm.
were you allowed to discuss the case without a police presence?
Yes.
Okay.
We did nothing wrong. We were in
So did
shock
you
and
listen
horror.
During that friends and family gathering, you listened to what Brian Albert had to say, correct?
He didn't really say much.
He was able to listen to what you had to say?
Again, you're creating a scene that didn't happen.
Anything, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking some questions that you don't seem to want to answer.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right,
Right.
so let's ask a question and let's get an answer.
She does not seem to want to answer
Yes or
them.
no? Was Brian Albert there within earshot and you discussed your version of what had happened?
I didn't discuss much. I sat there in shock and horror, so I spoke very little, to be honest with you.
But when
Shock and
you
horror
did
twice.
speak, he could hear.
Yes.
And Nicole could hear.
Yes.
And Chris Albert could hear.
Chris came much later.
And your husband, Matt McCabe, he could hear.
Yes.
Okay. And then when Chris is talking about what happened at Waterfall, you could hear and Brian could hear. In other words, everybody could hear everybody.
Chris came much later. When Chris came, I was almost about to leave.
I'm guessing that the topic of what had happened was still on everybody's mind.
Everybody was trying to figure out what had happened.
And you're discussing it amongst yourselves. That's my point.
With my sister and my brother-in-law and my husband. Correct.
Shock
Before
and
you
horror.
left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Who's him?
Kevin Albert,
I
Oh,
was talking about Kevin Albert.
because you said another Albert came over, and I was
6 brothers.
told later it was Kevin.
I see. So you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there?
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked in.
I'm asking, do you remember?
I don't remember it. No,
He could have been.
he could have been, absolutely.
Kevin Albert has entered the chat, my friends. Is this new information, or do we know that Kevin Albert at some point came over? For those who don't know, Kevin Albert is Brian's brother, one of 6 Albert brothers, who is with, or was at the time, with the Canton Police Department. Kevin Albert has entered the chat. Did we know? Never heard this, right? Did we know? Was this new information that Kevin Albert showed up? Can you say geofence data? That perhaps, maybe, as such, the feds have. She says she heard that Kevin was there. Okay. A lot of people said they didn't know Kevin was there. Kevin with the Ford Edge. New info. She was about to leave when Kevin showed up. Or did she say that she heard that he was there afterwards? We're going to rewind that. Because, she was in a state of shock. Shock and horror. We know she didn't leave until about 11:30, I think, according to her Life 360 that she showed Proctor.
With my sister and my brother-in-law and my husband. Correct.
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Who's him?
Kevin Albert,
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
because you said another Albert came over, and I was
6 brothers.
told later it was Kevin.
I see. So you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there?
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked
I'm
in.
asking, do you remember?
I don't remember it. No,
He could have been.
he could have been, absolutely.
And you knew he was a Canton police officer.
Yes,
You had already gotten a call from Michael Proctor, hadn't you?
yes,
He told you he wanted to speak with you.
correct.
So you knew at that point that the Massachusetts State Police troopers had taken over the investigation of the case, correct?
Correct.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that the Canton Police Department had been recused from the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it a different way. Did you have knowledge in any way, shape, form, or fashion, at that point, that Canton Police Department was not supposed to be involved in the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him, that was January 29th, 2022. We've already discussed that a little bit today, correct?
Correct.
And he was taking notes while you were interviewing with him. Is that right?
I believe so.
Oh, now there's
You mentioned
notes.
On Friday, your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
Correct.
You told Mr. Lally that you indicated that the taillight looked, when you saw it, just like the photograph that he showed you, correct?
I told him it was hard to make out and with the snow on it, but it looked, and the picture that he showed.
He showed you a second photo, a close-up,
Mhm.
basically, of the SUV and Sally port.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes,
And you said, yeah, that's the condition of the taillight, correct?
yes.
Commonwealth. Thanks, Tish. Says, where are the notes? Tish says, where are the notes? Commonwealth said there were no notes. No notes exist from any of Proctor's interviews. Jen McCabe just said he was taking notes. Mm-hmm. Yep. You didn't hear that wrong.
You also told Trooper Proctor about your observations of the taillight on that same day, the 29th, right?
Correct.
That's literally the same day that you saw the taillight, correct?
Correct.
Just a few hours later, is that right?
Correct.
And what you told Trooper Proctor that day was that you, quote, saw a crack in it, end quote, correct?
I told him that the taillight was cracked.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, the words that you used were that you saw, and I'm not fighting you on those words. You saw that it was cracked. You actually said, I saw a crack in it, correct?
That's what he said I said.
Oh.
I'm telling you, I said the taillight was cracked.
This is another example of him screwing up your words. Correct?
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
They're on Proctor under the
So,
bus
I'm
again.
asking you, did you say, I saw a crack in it?
I said the taillight was cracked.
So you didn't say, I saw a crack in it, right?
I said the taillight was cracked.
The photograph that you were shown, with the court's permission, it's exhibit 92, I believe, from Friday.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wow,
See the
Proctor is,
photograph? You were shown this photograph on Friday. Does that look like, does it like has a crack in it?
It's cracked. Yes.
It's actually completely missing.
yeah.
And I believe in one of the reports, one of the
What?
many reports, it will say that I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Hmm.
Right. Does that look like it's cracked and missing pieces, or does that look like the entirety of the taillight is basically gone?
Again, in that picture, there are the red pieces. There are some of it still there. So it's cracked and missing. In a state of shock, that was my description.
Got it. So in a state of shock, you said there was a crack in it.
No,
Hours after,
I said it was cracked. I never said there was a crack in it.
Okay. I'm just going to point out to you that everything that you see here that looks clear is supposed to be red. All of this is supposed to be red. All of this. Now it's all gone. She was in a state of shock, but she wasn't in a state of shock. It was cracked, but she didn't say there was a crack in it because Proctor took notes, but he wrote everything down wrong. And then on the stand the other day on direct, she said it was shattered and there were pieces missing. Yes, let's take a breath. We need to take a breath. We need to take a breath. Deep cleansing breath. Everyone in. Breathe in. Breathe out. But not into the mic. She doth protest too much. Way too much.
state of shock,
And missing. In a state of there.
the taillight is basically gone.
Again, in that picture, there are the red pieces. There are some of it still there. So it's cracked and missing. In a state of shock, that was my description.
Got it. So in a state of shock, you said there was a crack in it.
No,
Hours after,
I said it was cracked. I never said there was a crack in it.
so if Trooper Proctor wrote that down, that would be an example of him getting your words wrong yet again,
Objection.
correct?
That's been answered. Let's move along, please.
That's okay for that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to get back to January 29th, that interview with Trooper Proctor. After this interview with Michael Lank, you eventually made your way back to your house. Is that right?
Yes,
You went with your husband, Matt,
yes,
and you knew that Trooper Proctor was going to show up and interview you and Matt, Mr. McCabe, correct?
on the phone, he wanted to speak with me.
Is that a yes?
So I wasn't aware. He asked to speak with me. I wasn't aware if he was going to speak with Matt.
Okay. You were at least aware that you were going to be interviewed.
Correct.
You told Brian Albert that Trooper Proctor was planning on interviewing you as well.
Correct.
Before Trooper Proctor showed up to conduct that interview at your house, Brian Albert actually showed up at your house, correct?
Correct.
So Brian Albert made sure that he was in your home before Trooper Proctor made it to your house, correct?
Objection.
Interesting.
What? He got there first. She needed comfort. Wait, she'll add that. She needed comfort and
Brian
support.
Albert was in your home before Trooper Proctor was in your home. Is that right?
I am not sure who arrived first.
But he was there when you were interviewed, wasn't he?
He was upstairs, yes.
He was
I
allowed.
believe,
he went in your
of course,
bedroom?
that statement, he didn't hear anything about what was going to happen, right? He didn't hear
100
anything about the interview,
No, I don't think he could hear it from where he was.
but you knew he was just a few feet away.
I knew he was up in my bedroom.
I don't know, ladies. Do you send your brother-in-law up to your bedroom? Is there no other room that he could go in the upstairs, but you send him into your bedroom? I don't send anybody into my bedroom.
We've talked a little bit about your call records, and I want to pivot for a second and ask you about those call records. This is Exhibit 90.
Barry Raven for the win.
Don't know, may I approach?
Two Bryans were upstairs grab-assing. Mama Ames says, that's weird. My own brother wouldn't sit in my bedroom.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document?
I do, yes.
You were shown this document last week, is that right?
Correct.
This is a forensic extraction report of John O'Keefe's cell phone that you were shown on Friday, right?
Correct.
You acknowledge that it's an accurate report of calls found on John's phone between you and him. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this shows the calls that you made to John's phone or you received from John's phone on or between or at or between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. I want to direct your attention to those time frames, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to start at the bottom, and it may go in reverse chronological order.
Okay.
I think it does. At 12:14, it shows that you called John O'Keefe and that call was answered. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
At 12:18 a.m., it shows that John O'Keefe called your phone and that was answered as well.
Correct.
And then at 12:29 a.m., you also called John O'Keefe's phone and y'all had a short conversation as well. Is that right?
No.
That the record shows, I think it shows, pardon me, unknown, correct? In terms of whether it was missed or answered?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sure, the 12:29, I want to concentrate on the 12:29 a.m. call.
Okay.
That one in the Celebrite extraction, it shows in terms of whether the call was answered or not, the status is unknown, correct? It's on the last page.
Yeah,
Second row from the top.
at 12:29. Unknown, yes.
Unknown. However, you've already acknowledged that y'all did have a short conversation on that 2:29
No,
call, correct?
we didn't speak at 2:29. We spoke at 12:14 and we spoke at 12:18. We never spoke at 12:29.
So you're indicating that the 12:29 call was either missed or otherwise? Went to voicemail, something?
Butt dial.
The 12:29, yes.
Okay. I want to show you a document. Well, let me ask it this way. According to this, there were 6 more calls
Ricola.
between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Counting, correct? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And that's before, or that's up to 12:50 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you another document. Or if I could approach briefly.
Cubert, thank you. Cubert, who's been in court a couple times, right, Cubert? Says Officer John O'Keefe's mom said that even if Karen is cleared of this crime, she will always hold her responsible for running her son over. It's very sad.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll take, so we don't get them mixed up, I'll take exhibit 90 back.
Okay, thank you.
I want to show you one more document that you weren't shown on Friday. Do you recognize this one?
No.
Okay. If you look where it indicates on the left column, I'm just putting my thumb here, the
Okay.
left column, the MSISDN user, there's a number that ends there.
So-
0142.
Ooh, a
zero-
record that she has not memorized. This should be
You
good.
want me to approach?
Yes.
So
Why are we
I'm gonna answer
approaching?
this question before we approach.
I have no idea what we're approaching about this document.
Yes.
No, let him ask his question first.
May I have that, please? I know you need to. look at it.
Lolly flop, ooh, lolly flop. Lolly flop, ooh, lolly flop. Bum bum.
Ease of maintenance, may I?
We're still a little behind, so no
Ease of
spoilers.
Maintenance, may I approach and handle
Yes.
this an unredacted version?
Yes.
One, Ms. McCabe,
Thank you.
you're welcome. If you look on the left column, Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
you'll see something that says Apple ID.
Yes.
Look to the right of it. Do you recognize that unredacted portion? I don't want you to read it out or anything. You recognize that?
Yes.
Whose Apple ID is that?
That's mine.
Okay, if you look, 6 lines below that, there's a full phone number. Again, don't read the phone number out. Just tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Whose is that?
That's mine.
Okay. May I approach on it?
Yes.
I'll take the unredacted copy back.
Okay.
So we don't get it mixed up. Does this appear to be Celebrite extraction of your phone records, your Apple ID?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize, without telling me what it is, you recognize that phone number as your phone number back at the time and the Apple ID back at the time,
Yes.
associated with the phone that you then turned in to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
You've just looked at the extraction report for John O'Keefe's phone, and you saw those calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone after going from 1214, after that, all the way up to 1250, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at the last couple of pages, page 3 and 4 of your own cell phone extraction report. And tell me if you see a single call listed between you and John O'Keefe for January 29th between 1214 and 1250.
1214 and 1250 or 1215? The caption said 1250. Thank you, Blessed Mom from Texas, for gifting a membership. You're very sweet. Welcome, besitos de coco.
There are calls to a number that I'm assuming is John.
You don't know his
I'm just not sure. I see a call. Wait a minute.
Oh, she stumped. Wait a minute.
This report has times everywhere.
Right. It's chronological except for the calls that were deleted.
Oh,
You see
Oops.
a call at 552 to John O'Keefe's phone.
I see a call at 5:52. Yes.
But there's not a single call before 5:52 a.m. between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. Is that right? Not one.
It's very hard to. This report trumps time-wise.
So you can look at every single time on the report. There's not that many.
Mm-hmm.
wonder if she's getting a little nervous.
I'm just trying to say that it goes from 7:21 to 5:52 to 7:33 to 7:49. There's no order. They're out of order.
I understand that, Mr. McCabe, but if you look at every one of the entries, there's not a single entry for 12:14, 12:18, or any of the subsequent 12:29, any of the subsequent phone calls that are all shown on John O'Keefe's phone extraction. Would you agree with that?
Busted.
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Down on Bourbon Street, set up like a bowling pin,
Your Honor, I move
knocked
for the
down.
admission Of NN as an exhibit.
Okay, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I inquire, Your Honor? Yes. Fact of the matter is, according to those Celebrite records and that extraction from your own phone, every one of the calls that you made to John O'Keefe's phone between 12:29 and, I'm sorry, between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. was deleted and unrecovered, correct?
I didn't understand that report, and I'm not an expert.
When you compare the two, you saw a bunch of calls on John O'Keefe's phone, right? You know, he couldn't have deleted them. He passed away,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Correct.
You saw your cell phone extraction, which is the handshake for John O'Keefe's phone. And all your calls are missing, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
Yeah.
I'm confused. That paper, I don't understand it. It was vague. There were numbers, there were calls everywhere. There was a number of missing calls.
There's a bunch of missing calls, right? You didn't see any of the calls that were reflected on John O'Keefe's phone. Is that right? Yes or
From
no?
you.
They're not there.
A lot of calls are missing. I'm not really even sure what's there because the numbers are all, it's all redacted.
So you were not seeing any redacted calls.
The page you just had in front of me was redacted.
Mozzie for the win.
It's now an exhibit.
It's now an exhibit. Your personal information was redacted. None of the calls were redacted now.
The numbers, I don't know people's phone numbers. I just have them as contacts.
Ms. McCabe, you just said a second ago, and we can do this all day long, or we can just make it simple. The fact of the matter is that report did not show any of the calls that John O'Keefe's phone report showed, correct? From 12:14 to 12:50.
I believe there was one on there.
5:52. That's the
Mhm.
next morning, ma'am. Right?
Were there other calls in that time period on the Celebrate?
We can do this all day long, ma'am.
You just looked at it.
I've told you that that Celebrate report was extremely hard to read.
Right.
Mhm.
Fact is, there are no calls on your own phone extraction between you and John O'Keefe between 12:14 and 12:50. Would you just agree with that, at least on that report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Because you deleted them.
The fact is that you deleted your call records before you turned your phone in, didn't you, Ms. McKay? That's what that report shows.
Absolutely not.
You sanitized your phone because you didn't want the police to know who you had been calling or the fact that you had been calling John O'Keefe's phone incessantly, correct?
Incessantly.
Incorrect. I willingly turned over my phone.
After you deleted your phone call.
Absolutely not.
What date did you turn your phone over?
Possibly February 3rd.
Oh,
How many days after this incident was that?
4, 5.
So you had plenty of time to talk to that friends and family group and ultimately decide to delete your phone calls, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
5 days.
Did you ever have any group chats with family members who are witnesses in this case?
Yes.
Let's go to the group chats. She willingly turned her phone over on February 3rd, 5 days post the murder of Officer John O'Keefe. Willingly. She said that at least 3 times today. And 3 is the magic number for her. Everything is in 3s. Willingly turned over my phone. And now we find out it wasn't until 5 days after the murder of John O'Keefe. She claims, swears, under penalties and pains of perjury, that she did not delete any calls. But when confronted with the 2 records, the records of John O'Keefe's cell phone and the records of her Celebrite extraction, a number of calls between the 2 parties are missing on her extraction, but not on John's extraction, because as Mr. Jackson has just skillfully pointed out, John O'Keefe was no longer among the living. But this witness had 5 days, and she didn't sanitize her phone, as Mr. Jackson wants you to believe. She willingly turned it over. And go.
May I approach you? Honor?
Yes.
Flip through those.
Right. And Maddie McCabe is an IT guy, says Fairy Raven.
Packet. Can I just ask to make sure the record is clear? Did you delete any of your calls before you turned your phone into law enforcement?
I spoke with the two officers that I handed my phone
Is that
over
the
to,
question?
and I asked if I could delete the personal conversations
What?
with my daughters. And they said absolutely yes, that I could.
What?
So other than calls with your daughters that you deleted, did you delete any other calls on your phone at all?
There were
Mr. McCabe?
text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Did you delete any phone calls?
I do not recall deleting any phone calls at all. I would have no reason to delete anything.
So that's very different than I didn't delete any phone calls. I do not remember deleting phone calls, means you might have.
In day-to-day life, people delete things, but I do not recall deleting any phone calls.
In day-to-day life, did you delete any of the calls to John O'Keefe?
No.
In day-to-day life, your dear friend of 10 years, an amazing guy, is not found dead on your sister's lawn in everyday life. That doesn't happen in everyday life, but in everyday life, people delete things. But now, finally, there's an answer. This would not have taken hours if she would answer the damn questions. Finally, she says, I did not delete any phone calls to John O'Keefe, but I did ask the police officers if I could delete the text messages to my daughter, and they said, okay. That's new information.
Did you delete any of your calls with Nicole Albert?
No.
Did you delete any of your calls with Brian Albert?
No.
With Chris Albert?
No.
With Julie Albert?
No.
Colin Albert?
No.
With any of the witnesses in this case, did you delete any calls before you turned that phone over?
No. No.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
McCabe, I'm handing you a packet of documents.
Doesn't look familiar to her. She wasn't prepped on these documents. I don't think.
Appears to be about 10 pages long. Do you recognize what's in those documents?
Yes.
You indicated already that you were part of a group chat with certain members of your family and friends.
Correct.
Did that group chat, I'm most interested in the group chat between yourself, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, on or around that group chat starting on or around February 1st, 2022.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and accurate reflection of the text messages between, or certain of the text messages between and among that group?
Yes, the ones I've seen, yes.
On February
Can you just
1st
tell me what page you're on? I'm sorry.
Of course,
The Matt
Honor.
chat.
The Bates stamp number?
2148.
Okay,
is where
thank
I'm
you.
going to start.
Thank you.
And they should go relatively chronologically, Your Honor, page by
Okay.
page. On February 1st, 2022, around 2:15 in the afternoon on this group chat, did you receive a message from your husband on the group? This is on page 2148. And it should be the middle bubble, the middle and the bottom bubble. Quote, Julie said channel 4 is in DE. You see that?
Yes.
And the response from Matt McCabe is eating, I assume, quote, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
You look at the next page,
Mhm.
the top,
Mhm.
149. There's a one-word answer from Brian Albert.
Mhm.
What is that answer?
Exactly.
Okay, just to recap, in case you weren't here on Friday and didn't hear Matt McCabe get slammed with these messages, and he had no idea where they came from, but I am assuming they are from the feds. I'm assuming that they spoke with each other over the 3-day weekend that they had. Because remember, as soon as Matt got off the stand, Jen came right in to testify. They didn't have an opportunity to chat between the end of his cross-examination on Friday and the beginning of her direct cross-examination. So she kind of looks like she knew this was coming in a way. This doesn't look like it's surprising to her. But at 2:15 p.m. on February 1st of 2022, which is, by the way, the day that Karen Reed was arrested, and also the day that Proctor interviewed Carrie Roberts, from Matt McCabe at 2:15, they did not read this message when Matt was on the stand. Matt said at 2:15, Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E. And then somebody said, eating, I assume. Tell Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy was never in the house. She doesn't seem very surprised by this. So let's just take it back and make sure that I got those text messages right.
And the response from is the middle and the
And then Brian Albert ends that little chat by saying, exactly.
On February 1st, 2022, around 2:15 in the afternoon on this group chat, did you receive a message from your husband on the group? This is on page 2148. That should be the middle bubble, the middle and the bottom bubble. Quote, Julie said Channel 4 is in DE. You see that?
Yes.
And the response from Matt McCabe is eating, I assume. Quote, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
You look at the next page,
Mhm.
the top,
Mhm.
149. There's a one-word answer from Brian Albert.
Mhm.
What is that answer?
Exactly.
She's like, She's not surprised by this at all.
Does it appear to you from this chat that Matt McCabe was directing witnesses, specifically Chris Albert, what to say to the news media?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you're seeing?
That is not how I would understand this.
He never went in tell them he never went in the house was the story that had been concocted between and among this group of people on this chat. Correct?
Concocted.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
Just like she said, I hit him.
Correct.
Ooh. Ooh.
So
John never went in the house. It's the truth, not a story. Just like Karen Reed said, I hit him. And she said, exactly.
John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
just like she said, I hit him.
Correct.
Feisty. She's getting feisty now.
So according to this chat, at least, the very base level, this is one witness telling another witness to give certain information to the media that could be useful to the group, correct? Tell them the guy never went in the house, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Matt McCabe was directing Chris Albert. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house, was he?
Chris Albert was not at the house, no.
But this chat is Matt McCabe, your husband, telling Chris Albert, who was never at the house and would have no personal knowledge of what happened at the house, to specifically say, the guy never came in the house. The guy, by the way, being John Oakley. Right?
That's what he wrote.
I don't think Chris
Does that
Albert was
sound
in
to
that text
you
chain.
little bit like collusion?
Confused.
Objection.
Does it sound to you a little bit like collusion?
At some point, you sought out Carrie Roberts' cell phone number shortly after the 29th, or maybe not, maybe on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have her cell number in your phone?
No.
One of your primary concerns was to make sure that you got in contact with Carrie Roberts before the day's end, right?
I wanted to speak to Carrie as she was on her way to the hospital, and I wanted to check in on John.
One of your primary concerns, Ms. McCabe, was that you wanted to make sure you got a hold of Carrie Roberts and had communication with her before the end of the day.
That had nothing to do with getting in touch with her by the end of the day. It was a friend reaching out, wondering how her friend was doing, who was just taken off the front lawn.
You had only met Carrie Roberts once before. Am I in the Twilight Zone? She met Carrie Roberts once before, back in the day, years ago, before Karen, when John O'Keefe took her and Carrie to Reebok to get sneakers for them and all of their children. And then he took them to Hillside after to thank them for their help, because that's the kind of guy he was. But now she's telling this jury that Carrie Roberts was a friend reaching out to a friend. She only met Carrie once. Joan Kavanaugh says it was 2014 when they went to get sneakers at Reebok. So you met her once, or she was a friend? Now she's a friend when your friend is in the hospital, but you don't go to the hospital. Okay. All right.
To check in on John.
Roberts before the day's end, right?
I wanted to speak to Carrie as she was on her way to the hospital, and I wanted to check in on John.
One of your primary concerns, Ms. McCabe, was that you wanted to make sure you got a hold of Carrie Roberts and had communication with her before the end of the day.
That had nothing to do with getting in touch with her by the end of the day. It was a friend reaching out, wondering how her friend was doing, who was just taken off the front lawn.
On the 29th.
Yes.
She's waiting for an objection. She's not getting it.
Before the end of the day, Ms. McCabe, you can do this all day long. Before the end of the day, you were trying to get a hold of Carrie Roberts, correct?
Immediately in the morning, I wanted to get in touch with her.
Right. So you sought out her phone number. First, you tried my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Correct.
But then you found another source for that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said just a second ago, you were claiming that you needed that information because you knew that she was on the way to see John O'Keefe's parents.
She was picking them up.
And you wanted to check on them.
Correct.
You've been friends with the O'Keefe family for years, haven't you?
Correct.
So you didn't have a need to get Carrie Roberts' phone number, did you?
Could have
I
just
wanted
called
to
parents.
speak with Carrie, see how she was doing. I was not going to call Peg.
You have her phone number, didn't you?
I do, yes.
So if you wanted to check on somebody, you could have just called her.
Mhm.
I was not going to call Peg O'Keefe on the way to see her son at the hospital.
To check on your friend, that was just too much.
I wanted to ask Carrie. I'm sure she was boggled down and probably did not want to speak with anyone. It was a simple thing. I made sure I got Carrie Roberts' number so I could check in and see how John was doing. Also, we had just been through an extremely traumatic event together. There's nothing evil here.
Carrie Roberts' number, Ms. McCabe, is because you wanted to make sure that you controlled her story as she left your site, correct?
Absolutely not.
She just added in, there's nothing evil here. Added that in. There's nothing evil here. Okay. Because you think that's what everyone's thinking?
Did you take any steps whatsoever to influence Carrie Roberts' statements?
No.
Because that would be collusion, wouldn't it?
Objection.
That'd be collusion.
Did you write a text to the group, including Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, where you informed them that, quote, and this is, Your Honor, on page 2158. Where you
Juicy.
informed them, quote, Carrie is here going over timeline, end quote.
Correct.
So you reported back to Brian, Nicole, and Matt that Carrie was where?
She came over my house.
And you two sat down and went over a quote timeline together.
Peggy spoke to Carrie.
Yes or no? I didn't ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
She cannot answer the damn question.
Ask
She
Carrie.
can't answer the damn question. First she's Peg, now she's Peggy. She says to the group, and she didn't know this was coming apparently, Kerry is here going over the timeline. Now she's just going to try and blame Mrs. O'Keefe for this one. Keep going, sweetie. We need some shovel emojis.
Peggy,
You two that Carrie was where?
she came over my house.
Mhm.
And you two sat down and went over a quote timeline together.
Peggy spoke to Carrie.
Yes or no? I didn't ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
Did you ask Carrie, or did Carrie show up at your house and quote unquote go over a timeline?
Carrie showed up asking to sit down with me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you wanted to be super helpful about that, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Sure. You wanted to be helpful to Carrie Roberts.
The two of us were trying to figure out what had happened to our friend.
And so you made sure that you created and drafted with Carrie Roberts a timeline for her, correct?
I didn't make sure of anything. She was the one that asked me to do it.
Oh,
And not only did you create a timeline, you then reported back to your group, Ryan Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, that she was creating this timeline with you on February 1st, 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes.
it was Carrie's idea. Throw Carrie under the bus. Do
After
you remember?
created or drafted this timeline with Carrie, she actually sat for an interview with the police, did she not? That's not in the chats. I'm just asking. She sat down for an interview with the police, didn't she?
When?
You tell me. It's my question.
I'm not sure of when you're talking about.
She's looking at the jury
Let's start over.
for an
Yes.
answer.
After this timeline was created on February 1st,
Mhm.
at some point thereafter, Carrie Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
We're sort of bearing the lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am. Right?
There was on
Did you hear him groan? He's like, ah. He said, we're burying the lead here, ma'am. Didn't she give her interview in your living room? Wow. Just when you thought you couldn't make it up. Wow.
I'm not sure of when you're talking about.
Okay, let's start over.
Yes.
After this timeline was created on February 1st,
Mhm.
at some point thereafter, Carrie Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
We're
Looking
sort
at
of
the
bearing
jury.
lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am. Right?
There was
Uh,
on Tuesday, two officers came to the house and she sat in the other room and spoke with them.
So, using my question, she did the interview at your house.
Oh,
correct?
they came to my house to interview me and she happened to be there. So they asked if they could speak with her also.
Okay. Did she or did she not do an interview at your house?
Did, yes.
That wasn't that hard.
That wasn't that hard. It was. It was so hard.
You were present for that
So
interview, weren't you?
I was eating dinner.
You were present for the interview, Ms. McCabe,
I was in the house, yes.
and you listened to that interview, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You made sure you gave Carrie Roberts everything she needed for that interview, correct? Quote, everything she might need for that interview, didn't you?
And where is this that you're quoting
I was
from?
asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you quoted, I thought it was in here. I apologize.
We'll
Stalling.
get to it in a second. Did you tell her everything that you wanted her to say?
No, I did not.
Did you in any way attempt to influence her testimony before she gave that interview in your living room.
Absolutely not. Carrie is her own person.
Carrie's her own person.
But then you did report her progress to the Albert and McCabe group in that group chat, didn't you?
Can you show me where, please?
Sure. Isn't it true that in a group text with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, you wrote, and this is on page 2159, quote, and we handed Carrie, and handed phone to Carrie. Remember that?
I see that, yes.
And the very next text is from you telling the group she's telling him everything in all caps, 2 exclamation points.
Yes.
She's telling him everything, all in caps with 2 exclamation points. That's what Jen McCabe is texting to the group, including Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and her husband, Matt McCabe. She's telling them everything, all in caps.
And then you went on to say at 2:55 p.m., at basically the same moment, quote, all the stuff, end quote.
All the
Correct?
stuff.
Correct.
So when you said a couple of minutes ago that you weren't listening to what she was saying, that was a lie, wasn't it?
We're talking about 2 different interviews. I'm talking about when the officers came to my house and spoke to her there. You're saying that I handed the phone over, so that would be a different interview.
McCabe, this is on February 1st at 2:55. I wasn't there. You were there. She was in your house on February 1st giving an interview to the police, wasn't she?
One day she was there giving an interview to the police.
And while she was there,
But I do not believe it was at 2:55. It was later in the evening. So I think you might have 2 events confused.
Because she says she was eating dinner. And now she's like, oh, I just said I was eating dinner. And now he's telling me it was 2:55, so it couldn't have been eating dinner.
either way, whether she was on the phone with the police or sitting there in your living room with the police, you were listening to her and reporting back to the group. She's telling them everything.
No, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said, she's telling them everything.
I overheard.
Because Carrie is an extremely blunt.
Okay. I think she was about to say, I overheard her say, listen, Carrie's extremely blunt.
No, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said, she's telling them everything.
I know.
Because
I know.
Carrie is an extremely blunt person and she was giving personal feelings about the situation. And I was horrified by it.
To the
Horrified.
police.
To the police.
And you're listening.
I heard a statement she said that horrified me.
And then you're reporting it back to the group, weren't you?
That one thing she stated, I reported back to the group, yes.
So you're listening in on a police interview, correct?
It was a phone call.
One side of it, right?
It was a phone call.
You're listening in on a police interview, one side of it, correct?
Correct.
You're eavesdropping on that interview.
Eavesdropping.
I'm sitting with her and she's taking the call.
And then you're reporting that interview back, or her success in that interview, in your mind, back to the group involving Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe. Isn't that what you're doing?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I absolutely not. That is not how it went. I was horrified because Carrie's a blunt person, not like me. And she had made a comment about Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe's relationship. And I was shocked and horrified that she said it the way that she did.
You were so shocked and horrified that
I said, oh my God, she's telling them everything. Yes.
you decided it was so important that you needed to report that back to Brian Albert and his friends.
I was horrified.
So you reported that back.
3
Yes,
times.
I said she told them everything.
Horrified 3 times.
When you were first confronted with these messages at a separate proceeding in June of 2023, you claimed that you couldn't remember what that exchange was about, correct?
Correct.
And now you just all of a sudden have this newfound memory of exactly what that text message was referring to, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, because Carrie Roberts said a statement and it jogged. I said, oh my God, that's what I meant when I said she said everything.
When did she say this statement?
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Carrie Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh, no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
Oh,
And
got
all
to
of a
get that
sudden,
dig
that
in.
became-
Dig. I need a breath. The dig is in. It's an opinion she has of Miss Reed. She wants the jury to hear it. She's going to try and blurt it out. Right. Is Carrie your new BFF? Is this Susan? Carrie, are you listening to your BFF? Tell the truth on the stand and be the hero that John deserves. Thank you. To Carrie. That was a message to Carrie from Susan. This Susan. She has told you 3 times that she's horrified. 3 is the magic number. She says everything in 3s. Horrified that Carrie Roberts would say something such as that to the police on the phone. She was eavesdropping. Horrified because Carrie's very blunt, unlike her. She wants you to believe she's not very blunt. She'll give you your opinion, her opinion. She'll give you her opinion 3 times, just in case you didn't hear it the first 2 times. And she wants to say it so bad, she's going to blurt it out organically.
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Carrie Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh, no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
And all of a sudden, that became your, quote, everything, all this stuff.
It didn't just become it. I forgot that I had written it. And one day, Carrie made the statement. And I'm sure it happens to everyone. You forget something, and then you're like, oh, my God, that's what it was.
Looking at the jury
I'm not
again.
sure that happens to everyone.
Objection.
I don't think that happens to
Let me ask
everyone.
you a different question. When you were asked under oath
Mhm.
a year ago, when things were fresher in your mind, you were asked specifically what you were referring to, and your answer was, I have no idea, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't want to tell them that you had coordinated your statement with Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right. I did not remember what it was.
Went on to be asked specifically, do you know who you were referring to? And you said, maybe Carrie, maybe. I'm talking to Carrie. And the question was, but you don't recall this text? And your answer was, I don't remember. That's what you testified to a year ago, correct?
Correct.
But now you're talking about some memory of a disparaging comment that Carrie Roberts has about my client. And that's the everything in your mind.
Yes, the things that she was saying.
Quite obviously, what you were referring to in that text in real time, Ms. McCabe, was that Carrie Roberts was telling the police, quote, everything that you had laid out for her in this timeline meeting you had with her, correct?
Objection.
So it's sustained as to that form. You can ask that question in a proper way.
Sure. Ask it a lot of ways.
The everything you referred to in that text in real time was what you had worked out with Carrie in that timeline meeting, wasn't it? That was the everything you were referring to, correct?
Incorrect. We never worked together to come up with the story. We have the facts, and the everything was a comment about your client.
Your
Went on
client.
in your group chat with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe to give running updates about whether or not Carrie Roberts was actually following the script, correct?
Incorrect. There was no script.
167. Matt McCabe texted the group, Brian, comma, sitting separate, end quote, correct?
Yes.
Sounds like Matt McCabe is reporting back to Brian Albert, following your instructions, we're sitting separately.
Objection.
Sustained.
One minute later, Brian Albert had a one-word response to the Brian sitting separate, correct?
Yes.
What was that one-word response?
Okay.
So it sounded like he was giving his approval for where people were situated in that meeting, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At page 2168, 515.
It's very hard to just look at 2 texts and try to understand
not asking
what
you.
the context is.
Ms. McCabe, if you don't understand a question that I have, just let me know, but otherwise, let me ask a question. On page 2168, at 515, you wrote the group, quote, you listening, correct?
Yes,
And at the same time, 5:15, you then wrote, "Cops here again," end quote, correct?
correct.
That was in reference to the police coming over to your house to further interview Carrie Roberts, wasn't it?
That was when they came to talk to me.
And Carrie Roberts was there,
Was
correct?
at my house, correct?
And a few minutes later at 5:23, Nicole Albert texts, "Call us after," correct?
Correct.
And a few minutes after that, Matt McCabe texts, quote, "This girl could write a book, ... nonstop," correct?
Correct.
So obviously Matt McCabe, along with you, was listening to Carrie Roberts give her interview.
We were sitting in the kitchen eating dinner with our children, and Carrie Roberts was in a different room, but she was going on and on and on,
How do you
as
know?
she does, because they were in the other room.
And you could listen.
I could hear voices.
You could hear her interview with the police.
Did not hear her interview. I could hear them talking, but I was sitting at a table with my children eating dinner, getting ready to go to a basketball game.
You then responded to Matt McCabe, "I love it."
Yes,
And then you responded about this interview you just testified under oath and under penalty of perjury, not hearing anything about, just hearing voices. Your next text was, quote, "She is telling them everything,"
yes,
end quote, correct?
yes.
So what you said just a few minutes ago about not knowing what she was saying, I could just hear voices, that was a lie.
It was.
Okay.
Objection.
Sustained.
It was a lie.
And a couple of seconds later, Nicole Albert responds, one word. What was her response?
Good.
Good. So it's not Carrie Roberts rambling on and on as she often does and giving too much information. Nicole Albert's response to her sister in the group chat is good. So the everything that Jen McCabe is referring to is all the good stuff that presumably they wanted Carrie to tell law enforcement on February 1st, which was 3 days after the murder of Officer O'Keefe, and the same day as Karen Reed's arrest, and the same day that Julie Albert was texting Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, "Tell your brother when this is all over, I want to get him a gift." Good.
So in order, those texts say, "You listening?" You say, "You listening?"
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
At the end of the day, you were eavesdropping on an interview that Carrie Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official.
Oh, she looks horrified.
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard, but I was not eavesdropping.
Oh, for the
I'm
love
saying
of the traveling
there's-
Mary. She said that she only heard voices. She did not hear what she was saying. Am I insane? Am I being gaslit to the 10th power? She said, oh, my freeze frame is on point. She said she could only hear voices. She couldn't hear what she's saying. And now she's saying she could hear certain things. Is the jury picking this up or just me?
You were eavesdropping on an interview that Carrie Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official capacity, weren't you?
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard, but I was
Obviously.
not eavesdropping. I'm saying there's a possibility if I'm sitting in this room eating dinner and someone's in another room talking, you can hear bits and pieces. Was I eavesdropping? No. Is there some big cover-up story? No.
Well, why, Ms. McCabe, does your testimony keep evolving? A second ago, you told this jury, you said, "I couldn't hear a thing. All I could hear was voices, like muffled voices from the other room." She was going on and on about something.
Yeah.
And then when I confronted you with the text message where you said, "She's telling them everything," now it's, "Well, I may have heard a couple of things." Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
Like she does. That's the
And you were
third time she
listening
said that.
on and on and on like you do.
I was probably hearing bits and pieces.
And you were listening on and on and on like you do. Oh my, this is gold. You cannot script this. Hollywood Writers Room. Are you guys writing this right now? You don't even need to write it. Just write down what they're saying in real time. Third time she said Carrie goes on and on and on like she does.
She's telling them everything. Now it's, well, I may have heard a couple of things. Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
And you were listening on and on and on like you do.
I was probably hearing bits and pieces.
Why was it so important to report back to the group that you were happy that Carrie Roberts was saying, quote, everything?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Oh, she got to think about this one.
We had both lost our friend. Carrie Roberts was in shock, as was I in shock. The two of us had all this information that just kept coming back to us and back to us. And it's terrifying when you go through an experience and you're in shock. And Carrie was remembering things. I was remembering things. So I was happy for her that she was piecing it all together, and I had pieced it all together, because at the end of the day, our friend was dead and we were trying to figure out what had happened to him together. There was no direction. We were all trying to figure out what had happened, because that's what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Were you happy for her, or were you happy for you and Brian and Matt and Nicole?
For me and for her, because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
You got the story out that you're trying to get out from Carrie Roberts. Right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that
Okay, hold on. I got to rewind that back. There's no story. There's facts and truth on this side. Sounds like a lot of the twidiots. Repeat that over and over and over again. How many sock puppet accounts do you think she's got on Twitter? You guys send them to me. There's no stories on this side. What'd she say? It's facts and truth. Okay.
Trying to get out from Carrie Roberts. Right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
there is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story.
On this side.
The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create? I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
What? I didn't create this story. You did. And then he says, did I create? I hit him, or was that you? And then she says, it's fact. But meanwhile, the first time she's ever said that was today. Never said that in any of her prior testimony. So yes, her testimony keeps evolving. We're going to play that back because that might be the moment of the day. There's only facts and truth on this side. See how she's created sides? And now she's letting the jury know that the defense is fabricating a story.
And for her, because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
Got the story out that you're trying to get out from Carrie Roberts. Right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create? I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
A fact that conveniently you didn't mention in your report. It's a Lank, grand jury, nothing, right? That kind of fact.
Objection.
Is that right?
That is the fact I mentioned. So in some reports, it's there.
In some reports, it's there or there.
The fact is, you wanted to keep very close tabs on Carrie Roberts, didn't you?
No.
On January 29th, if you look on page 2223, did you text the group, quote, Carrie talked to cops and kept it simple, end quote.
Yes.
Okay, becoming a habit for you to keep tabs on Carrie Roberts, isn't it? in these
Objection.
texts?
Sustained.
It's a habit
You
for you to
agree
keep
that
tabs
over
on Carrie
and
Roberts. Objection sustained.
tabs on Carrie Roberts, isn't it? in these
Objection.
Sustained.
You'll agree that over and over and over and over again, you're reporting to this tight group, Nicole, Brian Albert, your husband, how Carrie's doing in her stories to the police, aren't you? Over and over and over.
I am telling them what is going on. I wouldn't say it. Well, let's count them.
Let's.
Was there 4 of them? You're saying over and over and over and over. It's a bit extreme.
I see. So you take issue with the way that I phrase over and over and over.
Well, it's misleading, I believe.
I see.
Oh, girl.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can try this in a non-misleading way, Mr. McCabe.
Okay.
So at least one of us, I'll withdraw.
At least one of us is non-misleading. Preach.
You consistently reported back to the group how Carrie Roberts was doing with the police, didn't you?
I would update them after Kerry saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
There's yet another text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on January 29th, and this is on page 2226. And she says, quote, "We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it," end quote. And then you texted, right, correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened. It was nothing more than let's not text about it.
Wow. Little circle. We were working with the police. I hope he turns this around, this little circle. Our little circle. Yep.
So you wanted to keep it, in your words, in your little circle, correct?
Correct. I didn't want it all out there what we had thought had happened. I was going to let the police do their job.
So by definition, the info that Nicole Albert was talking about, that needed to be kept very tight, very secret, correct?
We needed the police to do their job. So we weren't going.
Texts, and Nicole wanted her texts, and the group wanted their texts to be kept secret and private. Isn't that right?
Not secret and private. We just weren't going to communicate certain things over text.
Did you give, or did anybody give you any private information the next day on January 30th?
Did anyone give me private information?
So let me put it in context. That text from Nicole Albert, we'll get more info tomorrow. I don't want to text about it. That was on the 29th, right?
Okay.
You saw it. Did you get additional info on the 30th, the next day?
I have no idea.
Did anything significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers, anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Kerry Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house. And
Carrie Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. Did I hear that properly?
That you can think of.
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Kerry Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Carrie are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Carrie and asks how the O'Keefes were doing. And, we talked to her.
Carrie Roberts is good friends with Mike Lank's wife. Did anybody know that? So Carrie Roberts knows the Lanks very well. Remember, Sergeant Lank was the friendly first guy in, first one to be allowed in the house. We willingly allowed them in. We welcomed them into our house or our foyer, depending on who you listen to. And now we know that Carrie Roberts is good friends with Michael Lank's wife. Okay. Carrie's daughter is like the age of one of the O'Keefe niece or nephew. I think the nephew. So however old the nephew was, Carrie Roberts' kids were the same age as the niece and nephew. This is, okay, so now she's throwing Carrie out of the bus because Carrie was good friends with Lank's wife. Okay.
And Drop's daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So
Young Michael
we
Lank or
dropped
child?
her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Carrie are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Carrie and asks how the O'Keefes were doing. And, we talked to her.
She jumped in the
So,
car?
You pulled up to Michael Lank's house on the 30th. That's never been reported, has it?
I guess I never thought much of it.
Never thought about reporting the fact that one of the first responding officers on the case, working for Canton PD, which is conflicted off the case, you had a meeting with that was unreported the next day?
I didn't meet with Michael Lank.
I see. So you pulled up in the car. Tell me about that again. You pulled up in the car and what happened?
And
Tell.
Lex, her daughter, went into the house.
Okay. And then you just drove away?
No, Michael's wife came out of the house.
Okay. And y'all had a conversation about what?
She got in the car and her and Carrie are friends, and she was checking on Carrie and, just saying, oh my God, this is so crazy, just checking in on the O'Keefes.
How long did that take?
Well, Carrie's a talker, so could have been an hour.
Carrie's a talker.
Could have been an hour standing outside,
Sitting in the car.
sitting in the car on February 30th. Never came in the house?
January 30th.
Not February
I'm
30th.
sorry, I said February 30th. January 30th. Never went in the house?
I might have ran in to go to the bathroom.
It's the back end of a blizzard. It's freezing cold outside.
Mhm.
You're sitting in the car for an hour?
The car was running, Carrie, and they were talking.
You didn't go in the house?
It's her friend.
Yeah, Patronus. She's the talker.
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody about you going to Michael Lank's house on January 30th? Anybody?
Yes,
Tell me about that. Who was it and when?
it was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
The DA's office had an interview with you, correct?
Not an interview. They just explained this process.
Oh, and told you what the feds turned
A
over?
conversation? How about that?
Yes.
You met with folks at the DA's office. Who'd you meet with?
Mr. Lally, Miss McLaughlin, Steve Nelson,
Victim advocate.
Trooper Brian Tully.
Tully was there.
I believe, and another woman, I can't remember her name, unfortunately.
Someone from the DA's office?
Yes.
Why was Tully there?
Beelan?
No,
Lynn Beelan?
no, she's here today. She works with Steve Nelson.
She's here today.
But an employee of the DA's office?
Yes.
That sounds like a pretty big meeting.
Sounds like a pretty big meeting.
I wouldn't call it a big meeting. There was, 5 of them?
How long did you, 5 of them and then you? Right?
My daughter Allie came with me also.
Oh, so you're both prepped.
The meeting's getting bigger. Anybody else?
No, we both went.
Was Allie in the room when you were, I was going to say interviewed, but you take issue with every word I used.
That's right.
When you were talked to by the DA?
Allie and I were both in the room when they went over everything, how this all works because this is all brand new to us. And then they asked me to leave the room.
It's not really all brand new to you, though, is it? Because you've testified in front of count 'em two grand juries, state one and a federal one. So that's a little disingenuous when you say this is all kind of new to you. And your daughter was with you. Yeah, was Matt in the room too? Did Matt come?
This is all brand new to us. And then
Brand
they
new.
asked me to leave the room.
You were about to say, and I lost the end of that sentence, when they received what?
I didn't mean the word received.
Did you receive anything?
No, I looked at my grand jury notes.
Now,
Grand jury notes?
at this meeting, was anybody taking notes?
No.
You have a bunch of lawyers and DAs, and nobody has a notepad in front of them, like notes?
I believe Mr. Lally had a number of folders on the table.
Taking notes in those?
I know, I do not believe anyone was taking notes. It was a casual meeting to explain this process.
Was that meeting recorded in any way that you're aware of?
No.
How long did the meeting last?
Allie and I were probably in the room, I don't know, approximately 20 minutes. Then I left and they spoke with her. And then I went back in and they spoke with me.
How long did they speak with you?
Honestly, maybe half hour.
And during that half hour to an hour, did they go over with you what they expected your testimony to be?
They never spoke about what they expected my testimony to be. They just showed me some pictures that might be shown. I listened to the 911,
What pictures?
just of the house and how I'd be asked to, show, okay, we're going to put a picture of the house and you'll have a laser.
Okay, when we started this conversation, it was because you said, in answer to my question, was anything ever brought up to you about this meeting at Lank's house?
Mhm.
You said yes.
Mhm.
So obviously they did talk to you about your testimony. It wasn't just about the process, correct?
I asked what discovery had been turned in regard to me.
Oh, but it's all brand new to
You wanted
you.
to prepare to make sure that you knew what you might be asked on cross-examination, correct?
I wanted to know what was coming. Yes.
What
And you
discovery?
knew that one of the things was coming after this meet. Well, let me ask it a different way. During this meeting, did Mr. Lally tell you one of the things that's going to be coming is you had an off-the-books meeting at Lank's house for 45 minutes? Did he tell you that?
No, that's not how I was told.
Did he tell you that the defense had uncovered a report that established that you were actually at Michael Lank's house for 45 minutes that had never been reported to the defense or the prosecution before the phone extraction had been done? Did he tell you that?
I was asked, oh, were you at Michael Lank's on the 30th?
So you've had a lot of time to come up with a story about why you were at Michael Lank's, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I didn't need time to make up a story because I have the truth of why we went.
And the truth, according to you, is you pulled up at Michael Lank's house. The first responding officer and friends of the Alberts had a meeting with him the next day that was never reported to anybody for any purpose. You just met with his wife out in the car while the car was running for 45 minutes to an hour. That's your story.
It's not a story. It's the truth. Carrie dropped her daughter off. The wife came out. Carrie is a talker. They started talking. A tragedy had happened the day before.
It is interesting, would you not agree, that the day before you had this off-the-books meeting at Michael Lank's house, Nicole Albert says, we'll get more info tomorrow, meaning the very day you show up at Lank's house.
Again, I never spoke with Mike Lank at his house. It was not an off-the-books meeting. It was Carrie dropping her daughter at one of her good friends' house, whose husband happens to be a Canton cop. That is what it is. That is the truth.
Now he's Mike Lank. Now he's Mike. He's not Michael anymore. Now he's Mike. Now he's not Sergeant Lank. He's Mike.
A lot of coincidences. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
A lot of coincidences, he said.
Yeah, just hold your own.
Yes.
Yes, we're a little behind. No spoilers.
That's, by the way, what did Mr. Lally show you in respect of this issue about this meeting at Michael Lake's house?
He showed me nothing.
He just told you about it.
Brian Tully told me.
Okay, what did Mr. Tully tell you? Trooper Tully, what exactly did he tell you at this meeting about this Michael Lank issue?
He said, did you go to Michael Lank's on January 30th? And at first I said, no, I've never been to his house. And then I thought about it and I said, oh my gosh, yes, I did go there. And that was the extent of the conversation.
You said, yeah, I did go there, and he didn't ask a follow-up, like, what the heck were you doing at Michael Lake's house the day after this issue?
Objection.
Incident?
I'll allow it.
He didn't ask a follow-up like that?
I do not believe he did.
So Trooper Tully, had you come down for an interview, he confronted you with a fact that had never been disclosed before, to wit, you showed up at Michael Lank's house, and when you said, yeah, oh yeah, hang on, I think your words were, oh my gosh, yeah, I think I did go there. And he didn't ask a follow-up question?
He was there.
Yes or
You're
no?
you're spinning all of this.
Spinning.
Ma'am, I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't spin.
I
The
don't
judge
spin.
here makes sure that I don't spin.
You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round, round. Now she's accusing AJ of spinning. What do you think is spinning, my friends? Wow. Okay. Deep breaths again. It's really hard to get through this. Really hard. This is one of the most painful witnesses that we've ever seen testify.
Asking you a question. It's very direct.
I do not believe he asked me a follow-up question.
So that was the end of that conversation about Michael Lank, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally didn't have any follow-up questions.
I don't believe Mr. Lally was in the room.
Oh,
Who else? I thought you said Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin. I thought
They
you said-
were. They might not have been in the room at that time.
I see. So Mr. Lally just happened to, what, just saunter out?
It was a different time.
Tully got you alone?
So Mr. Lally was in and out of the conversation?
Mr. Lally was not there when this conversation happened.
Oh,
Well, why is that?
Because I met with Brian Tully and he was not there.
a different time?
Brian Tully taking notes?
No,
He's a state trooper interviewing a witness and he didn't.
He was-
notebook in front of him?
Objection.
Sustained.
Lally knows he's in trouble now. He wasn't there. She had a private meeting with Tully.
The same report that has you at Michael Lank's house
Mhm.
also has you picking up Nicole Albert going by 34 Fairview just before you went to Michael Lank's house. You aware of that?
we did not pick up Nicole Albert.
So you went by 34 Fairview, then diverted, and right after you went by 34 Fairview, went directly over to Michael Lank's house. What was the reason that you stopped by 34 Fairview first?
We didn't stop by. Maybe Carrie slowed down, but we did not stop by 34.
So you did a drive-by 34 Fairview. For giggles? What?
No, that's how we get to Michael Lank's house.
If the report shows that you actually stopped at 34 Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's house, would we have another oh my gosh moment?
Nope, no oh my gosh moment. We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
Did anybody else go with you over to Michael Lank's house?
No, it was Carrie, myself, and her daughter.
Your Honor,
Life
maybe
360.
briefly.
Okay.
That's it. What goes up must come down. Spinning wheel. Got to go round. Wow. Life 360's coming in. It's going to show they stopped and maybe pick someone up at 34. She's just
We're going to try and go right up to 1 o'clock. Okay.
going to put 34. First, go ahead. Spoilers, please.
Ms. McCabe, we've talked in some detail about your calls with John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You recall that
Yes.
conversation? I want to focus your attention on or at or about 12:14 a.m., moving up to about 12:50 a.m. You have that time in mind?
Yes.
You've seen the Celebrite extraction from John O'Keefe's phone, which Mr. Lally showed you the other day, correct?
Correct.
And you went through the series of phone calls that were made and that appear on his extraction report, correct?
Correct.
I just want to run through those time-wise very quickly, just to orient you, if I can, and then I'll ask you some specific questions about it. There was a call at 12:14 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was a call that you indicated was answered. You had a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
There was a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds. That call also was answered by you. John O'Keefe made that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Then there's the 12:29 and 44-second call that you indicated was not answered.
Correct.
And that was a call to you, from you to him.
Correct.
There was a 12:41 call from you to John O'Keefe, correct? That was,
Correct.
there was a 12:41 and 54-second call from you to him. Is that right?
Correct.
There was a 12:43 and 19-second call from you to him.
Correct.
12:46 a.m. and 16 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
And 12:50 and 37 seconds from you to him, correct?
Correct.
You saw in his extraction report that all of those calls after 12:18 were missed calls, correct?
In his report that you showed me?
Correct. In other words, the only two calls that were answered were the 12:14 and 12:18. Everything else was a missed call.
I believe so. I would have to refer to it again because I've seen so many reports.
Come the
And Ms.
feds.
McCabe, according to the extraction reports that you've seen this morning, comparing yours to his, every single one of those calls was deleted off your phone, correct? According to the reports.
According to the
According
report.
to that report, yes.
Let me ask you another question. Have you ever misplaced your phone?
Yes.
Just in life, everybody does it, right?
Yes.
What's one of the first things you do if you're with your daughter or your husband or a friend and you're in your house and you misplace your phone? What do you do?
Oh, I'll ask them to call my phone.
Find
Even
my phone.
over and over and over, right?
Correct.
Could be as many as 5, 6, 7 times.
Usually I hear it the first or second time.
You're looking for a buzz or a ring, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you might do that if you're searching for a missing phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the calls that were deleted from your phone, you were asked about this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding that you had an explanation for all these missed calls, starting at 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50.
Mhm.
You have an explanation for that, right?
Can I see the report?
I'm asking you about your prior testimony.
And I'm
Asked
asking,
about these calls.
yes, I'm asking, can I see it, please?
I'm asking you a different question. At this other proceeding, which you were under oath,
Yes.
you explained that these calls were what? These missed calls, incessant missed calls. What were they? You used a word. Matter of fact, 2 words.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
Oh, more butt dials.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to you, you literally butt dialed John O'Keefe's phone 6 times in the span of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I don't remember making any of those calls. So my assumption is I put my phone in my back pocket and that was it.
Ladies, how many of you put your phone in your back pocket? I've never done that ever. Never done that ever. My fear would be that I would sit down and I would be sitting on my phone. She puts her phone in her back pocket. What was she wearing that night? I don't remember. Was she wearing leggings or something that don't have a back pocket, or was she wearing jeans with a back pocket? I don't know if we've ever established what she was wearing, but how many ladies ever put their phone in their back? I just don't, because I know that I'll sit down and break it. And as she has said, she was up and down, sitting down, going to the door, sitting down, going to the door. It was also plugged in behind her on the floor, according to Sarah Levinson. She also said she plugged it in and it was on the floor. But now she wants us and this jury to believe 6 times she butt dialed John O'Keefe in 19 minutes because she kept putting her phone in and out of her pocket. Okay.
You dial someone by mistake, hit a button, set your phone down, the phone has to be open. You'll agree with that, right?
Correct.
Can't be locked. Because it takes several iterations of movement to get a phone open. Face ID or password, right?
Correct.
So when you hit the button by mistake, walk away, that's a butt dial. People call butt dials. What happens with the call?
I assume it goes to voicemail.
It's a good assumption, because that's exactly what it does, isn't it? You've had a phone for a lot of years, right?
Yes,
It rings and rings and rings until it goes to voicemail.
correct.
So in order to hang up that butt dial, you have to interact with that phone yet again, don't you?
Yes.
So if you had 6 butt dials, 7, I think it's 7. butt dials,
Coughing loudly.
you'd not only have to interact with the phone once to butt dial John, you'd then have to interact with it every single time to turn off that phone ringer so it doesn't go to voicemail, wouldn't you?
I suppose.
Which makes 14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes. Is that right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess I don't have it all right in front of me, but there were also text messages I was sending. So again, maybe I said, oh, shoot, I called him, and then I turned it off.
Oh, shoot, I called him.
But your claim is you don't remember those incessant butt dials and those incessant hangups at all, correct?
Yeah.
I honestly don't.
So you would have had to forget that you interacted with, by the way, you'll agree that the phone extraction shows that John O'Keefe got no voicemails from you, right?
I didn't look, but
You looked
So
because
that
you
means
you
would have had to
deleted them.
interact with that phone 14 times over the course of 19 minutes at the exact time frame that the Commonwealth suggests John O'Keefe lost his life.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently, and this will be your last question for today, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The period between 1229 and 1250, which is the exact period that you were, quote, butt dialing John multiple times, that's also the exact period that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated. Isn't that right?
Objection.
That's sustained. We'll start up again tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
All right, folks, so I'm going to want to stay there and walk out with it again. Thank you.
thank you.
All right, so jurors, please do.
Oh,
not
yes, we will
discuss
start up again
anything
tomorrow, but we want to rehear those 2 last questions. Because you always want to end the day with bang, 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 KO, bang, bang.
You've got no voicemails from you, right?
I didn't look, but
So that means you would have had to interact with that phone 14.
That's not too far.
thank you.
All right,
Isn't that right?
Objection.
That John O'Keefe finds period between 1229. Yes, Your Honor. The period between 1229 and 1250, which is the exact period that you were, quote, butt dialing John multiple times, that's also the exact period that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated. Isn't that right?
Objection.
That's sustained. We'll start up again tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
12:29 to
folks, I'm going to
12:50
want to stay there and
p.m.
walk out with it again. Thank you.
is the exact time the Commonwealth is saying that John O'Keefe was incapacitated. That's right. Because in his opening statement, Lally said at 12:45 a.m., Karen Reed backed up 60 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, striking and intentionally killing John O'Keefe and left him to die in the cold. 12:45. This witness would like you to believe that she made 6 butt dials to John O'Keefe's phone between 12:29 and 12:50, which Mr. Jackson said is the exact period the Commonwealth wants everyone to believe that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated and murdered. Keith, thanks for the super chat. She's not even reading the documents, just delaying. Melanie, please remind us about AJ and the receipts. Lastly, think Jen will still be on the stand? Well, here we are at the end of the day for Cross, which was a half day from 9 to 1, and she'll be back again tomorrow morning. And tomorrow we have a full day of court. So I did think this would take all day, and here we are. Not that stuff, thank you. Canine officer video, great visuals to help understand or explain why they are canine bites. Your brilliance and knowledge is appreciated and needed, in my opinion, and I love your humor. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you have not seen it, I did an interview with Garrett Wing many months ago, who is a canine dog handler trainer. There's a short version of the video, which is about 30 minutes. And then there's a much longer video where we spoke for like 2 hours. So I know a lot of people have been watching the shorter version lately. So thank you for that. I thought that was great insight as well. Vincent, thank you. Officer John O'Keefe had already been beaten in the basement. Her texts support the narrative. She did not know where he was. He never came in the house. Effing hippie. Crying won't help you. Praying won't do you no good. When the levee breaks, mama, you got to move. Thanks for that song lyric and super chat. Love is a 4-letter word. Thank you. These faux gangsters in Canton will never be able to look at a cupcake the same. Give them hell. Oh, man. Love is a 4-letter word. They're already coming for me. They're already coming for me. I wish they would just come for me in the comments. Come for me in the comments. Don't come for me underneath a fake name on some cesspool of a social media that I'm not even on. Thank you, Snippins. In your opinion, does it look bad to a jury if a witness has to continually look back on prior testimony or statements? Not necessarily. It depends. I think she was confronted with the way she asked for it is, I think, what is harmful to her. Oh, can I see it? As if she didn't believe him and she wanted receipts and she wanted to couch her testimony in such a way that was reflected in the transcript. So, you know, if she's testifying to something different today, like we heard her do when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, which is something she's never testified to before any of the grand juries before, and she's confronted with that testimony, that does look bad to the jury, in my opinion. Suzanne, I've been calling her Lady Macbeth for a while. Yes, we were saying this is like a Shakespearean tragedy. Susan Agnello, thanks for the 10. I wish they did, or I wish I did. This is the theme, name of the documentary and or the movie. Yeah. How many people have said that? Did John O'Keefe come in the house? No, I wish he did. No, I wish I did. Everybody in the fam seems to be sticking to that. It's a soundbite that they all like. Hello, Dr. Latina. Thank you. You're doing a fabulous job with commentary and interpretation. How is Cross doing with Jen, in my opinion? It's meticulous with surgical precision. We haven't even gotten through, I'm going to say, half of it yet. You tell me in the comments and in the chat what you think the best part of this cross-examination was today. He's caught her in a lot of mistruths, a lot of differing testimony. She's been saying things in threes, which I think is not a good look. Because I think the jury can tell that she wants to get certain things out there. And it's pretty obvious, in my opinion. Tell me what you guys think. Blessed Mom from Texas, Melanie, I'm outraged that Bev lets a witness talk like this one on the stand. Love you. Send Cash App. Oh, thank you so much for your Cash App. And thank you for being such a loyal and generous listener. Hi, Mayor. At the end of the first call that the voicemail picked up, Jen McCabe looks like she's falling asleep, like she's nodding off. At the end of the first call that the voicemail picked up. Looks like on the stand, or she looks like when she looked like that when she was in the car. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I'll go back and take a look at that later. Shelly, thank you. Psychic Donna Serafina is the real deal. I got a reading from her, and she will be putting up a video. What happened when John went in the house? I'm not familiar with her. That's interesting. Buzzing for truth. Thank you. The smirk nastiness. Yeah. Ubergal, why do they allow her to answer every question in length? Not a yes or no. Sometimes they just dig themselves in a hole the further and further they go. If Alan Jackson wanted to cut her off, he would have cut her off. And he did sometimes. As a juror, I'd be wondering that, just saying. Yeah. Hello, Cam. Thank you. God may forgive her for her sins, but the feds, they won't. Got that right, brother. Beyond safe words. Thank you from Canada. When I hear this testimony, all I can think of is the MST 3K liar clip, especially when Joel says everyone lies in this movie. I don't know what you're referring to, but thank you for the super chat. I'm just a girl in the world. Thanks for the coverage and commentary. You're quick to point out all the inconsistencies that may otherwise be overlooked. Thank you. Thank you. That's what we do here. I'd rather do it all in real time with you and repeat it and rewatch it and talk about it than do a recap and watch the entire thing over again at the end of the night, because I know you guys can do that many other places. And I don't want to sit here and just play the testimony for you with my face on the screen, because what fun is that? At that point, you might as well just be watching it on, Law and Crime or Court TV. Casey, thank you so much. If Lally has knowledge of a witness lying, what is his obligation? He shouldn't put that witness, he's not allowed to put that witness on the stand if he knows they're going to lie. And I'm assuming that he is assuming that all of these people are telling the truth. Cam, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. So very generous of you. Cam is our in-house law student who I think just graduated from law school from the University of Missouri. Congratulations, Cam. Dawn, she was searching for John's phone. Boom. That's what Dawn says. Thank you for the 10. And that's why you think she was calling him all those times. All those butt dials were to find his phone. That's Dawn's opinion. Dr. Latina, again, thanks. The best part of Cross, that Jen is one of the mean girls to Canton Collusion Club pipeline. I mean, the clause came out today, my friends. I thought the clause came out today. Linda Vergata, thanks. Does Jen have any advantage because she has the night before going back on the stand tomorrow? I don't know. I think AJ is saving everything that she doesn't know about for tomorrow. So I think there's going to be more bombshells. It's going to be hard for her to prep when there's things that she doesn't know exist. That is my feeling. But I can't wait. I can't wait for tomorrow. Everyone was saying last night they felt like kids at Christmas, just waiting to see what was going to happen today. Hopefully she doesn't look online. They're not supposed to watch their testimony or anybody else's testimony. So that's interesting. Jodi Arias come to mind? Anyone? Oh, you graduated this weekend, or you're coming up this weekend? Thank you. Thank you, Cam. Thank you for being such a staunch supporter. And thank you to Maureen Francis for the Cash App, and Lisa and Justin and Lisa Marie. You guys are all amazing. Roxanne. I mean, let me go back to the things that I starred, because I don't recap with you at night. So I got to do the recap during the day. But she deleted a lot of calls. A lot of calls were deleted, but she's swearing she never, ever, ever, ever deleted anything. Some of the group chat messages were telling between her, Nicole Bryan, and her husband about, again, they went through, tell them the guy never went in the house. She's very adamant about a lot of things, especially that Carrie Roberts talks too much. She said that at least 3 to 5 times. It came out that the day after Officer O'Keefe was murdered, she went to Michael Lank's house with Carrie Roberts, because all of a sudden they're besties. They had never met. They met one time before Officer John O'Keefe was murdered. And the next day she's driving around with Carrie to Lank's house to drop off Carrie's kids. And that was something that I guess the feds found out, because Jen McCabe was just told about that a couple weeks ago when she met to meet with Lank and Tully. Apparently there was some point of that where Tully met with her alone, which I thought was very interesting. Thank you, Katrina, for the matcha latte, and an anonymous person for the matcha latte. And Jane Sweet, thank you so very much for the coffee, matcha. Mrs. O'Keefe came into the chat. Peg, how they've been friends for years And she had to throw in many, many times how traumatic it was for her, even though she didn't go to the hospital with her dear friend, Officer John O'Keefe, to make sure that he was going to make it. There's nothing evil here. She said that at least once. I think perhaps Alan Jackson is trying to lay out a collusion case for the feds. The group texting, the perhaps framing of Carrie Roberts' testimony, not to be confused with the framing of Karen Reed, but the framing of Carrie Roberts' testimony and statements to Proctor on February 1st. There was a phone interview. Then there was another interview that happened in her house while she said she was eating dinner with her children and not eavesdropping. And yet it came out during some of the text messages in that group that Carrie was telling them everything, all in caps with double exclamation points. She said many, many times that she was horrified about what Carrie said to the police because Carrie talks too much, and that she had to dig in there that it was an opinion about Karen Reed. And Jen was horrified that she would say that. Horrified. Absolutely horrified. Do you believe that? Tell me what you believe. Again, there's some newfound memories here in the fall. She said everything was a fact, not a story, because Alan Jackson kept asking her, is this a story? Were you trying to get your story straight? No, there were no facts. There were no stories, just facts, unlike the story that you're trying to make up. Something like that. The text messages into the group regarding Carrie's testimony. She is telling them everything, to which Nicole Albert replied one word, good. And you remember there were some other text messages that were brought up to Matt McCabe, or maybe Brian Albert, that said, I hope they're not going to think she's making it up after all this time. And then Brian Albert said something like, well, if they didn't interview her properly the first time, that's on them. Yeah. Is Jen going to blame the bus driver for the tire marks next? Mystery Singer, she's telling them everything to the police. That horrified Jen. And so she made sure, didn't she, that Carrie was at her house every other time the police spoke to her. Because one time they were sitting together making a timeline, but it wasn't a timeline to get their story straight. It was a timeline because they were so horrified about what happened to their dear friend that they were trying to figure out what happened to him. Cam says, little breadcrumbs, this hasn't even been close to half the thunder of this cross. No, I don't think we're even halfway through. Disabled Rebel says, I don't believe anything except that Karen is not only innocent, but a victim of corrupt cops and their family and friends. That's all we can glean from the testimony so far. You're going to see on Twitter, don't go on Twitter. Don't go on Twitter if you want to keep your sanity. I don't go on it, but you people, I don't even have a Twitter, but you people send me everything. They are going to spin this on about what a wonderful day this was for Jen McCabe and how honest she was and how everyone can tell and that the defense is dead in the water and the Commonwealth is winning. And Jen McCabe is such a credible witness. Thank you, Mrs. Bucket. Peace and Croy, thank you. If that Lank info was from the feds and it was revealed to either a trooper or Jen, isn't that Lally books the Fed order? Also, was it just Tully and Jen shouldn't been reported discovery? This was her prep, I think, for this trial that happened a couple weeks ago after the TUI information was exchanged with both sides. So I don't know where that information came from. A lot of people have been surmising that the feds have been wiretapping and they might have known that she went to Lank's house somehow, but we know that they've also extracted a lot of phones that the defense did not have access to because the defense made a lot of Rule 17 motions for a lot of phones that were denied. Katya, thank you. I still don't know if they did something to John, but what I'm starting to believe so far is that at least they decided Karen was guilty and worked to let her become guilty. Right. And if something happened to John, it wasn't necessarily intentional. Could have been some sort of an accident or a mishap. But, I'm sure Alan Jackson will get into it, but Jen being the one, as her husband said, who's so great in a crisis, did she fly into crisis mode after maybe something happened and try and control it? You can see what a control freak she is on the stand. She will not answer a simple question. She won't. She's the worst kind of witness because she's obstinate. She intentionally misconstrues things. She tries to twist it around. She answers a question with a question. She wants receipts. She's focusing on semantics. It's a very, very hard cross-examination to do because it is literally like pulling teeth. I feel like we were at the oral surgeon today watching major teeth extraction happening. It was rough. Match DC, thank you. I believe JM did not delete phone calls. Matt McCabe is managing partner of an IT security firm. I'm sure he took care of the phone. Who knows? I mean, if he did, then it's easy for her to say, no, I never deleted anything because she didn't delete anything. Just like she could say, Nicole ever answered the call when I called her. Maybe Brian answered Nicole's phone. I don't know. But she's very particular in the way she answers the questions because she'll say Nicole did not answer the phone. But at one point today, she did say nobody answered. So hopefully they caught that. Allie Law, thank you. How does one make 7 butt dials and 7 butt hangups without any phone shuffling voicemails? That's a great question. And again, you have to pick up the phone to hang it up, right? So I wish I was in the room to see what the jury is doing and how they're behaving and their reactions to some of this testimony. Whether they're paying close attention, whether they're rolling eyes, whether they're just shaking their heads like, really, lady, really? You can't answer a simple question? Because that's the way I'm looking at it. And I can hear from the chat. That's the guy. That's the way that you guys are looking at it too. Anyway, most of you. Jeanette Lawson, if they had nothing to do with it, why set up Karen Reed? Well, maybe there was a different plan. Who knows? I mean, it has been theorized by some. Perhaps the idea was put him outside and then we can say a snowplow hit him because that would match up with the arms on his right arm, right? Maybe from a snowplow. But then what had happened was Karen Reed started looking real early in the morning before 5 a.m. Maybe the plans had to change. I don't know. That's what I'm telling you, what some theories are. And then if she was told about the cracked taillight, Jen McCabe might have started thinking, okay, let's say the cracked taillight came from the hit of John O'Keefe. There's so many theories. And I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. But what I do know pretty much with certainty, because in my 30-year career as a New York State attorney, I have handled hundreds, if not thousands, of motor vehicle accident cases, many pedestrian knockdown cases. And I will tell you with utmost certainty that a pedestrian hit by a car at low speed, whether it's from the front, whether they're backed into, whether they're facing away from the car, facing towards the car, will have some sort of torso or lower body injuries to the legs or torso. And we do not have that here. We do not have that here. We just don't. And the FBI has said with their 3 PhDs, the 3 PhD toting accident reconstruction experts, John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And that to me is the most important piece of evidence that just does not line up with a motor vehicle accident. It just doesn't. So that's my story. And Lisa says, Lisa Amore, my theory, Colin attacked John. The dog got involved. John fell back and hit his head. And everyone panicked and conspired to protect the Alberts. Framing Karen evolved later. Yeah. Listen, there were a lot of balls in the air, perhaps. A lot of moving parts, right? A lot of moving parts. Sometimes you got to pivot. Sometimes you got to pivot. Sometimes you got to be good in a crisis, calm under pressure. And, be very fluid with your situation and what is happening. The things that don't make sense to me, Jen McCabe now says she learned about the cracked taillight and the I hit him when she's in her bedroom on the phone with Karen. That's new information. She's never said that before. Her husband said he woke up to screams, Jen, Jen, Jen. And then she says she goes downstairs to make a coffee, and all of a sudden she hears screaming outside, and all of a sudden Karen's at her house. How would Karen know where she lives? She's claiming Karen did a drop-in, that she didn't tell Karen to come over. Her prior statement said she told Karen to come over and we go look for John. So I got a lot of issues with this. And then she says all of a sudden Carrie Roberts shows up on her street in her car behind a plow. Now there's a plow involved. And all of a sudden Carrie Roberts is there telling Karen to shut up. And Matt is all mad because she's going to wake the neighbors. But no neighbors came out because, Matt didn't even come out. But Matt didn't want them driving in Karen's car because of the cracked taillight that he just thought was a dead taillight that wasn't working. And then they go back to One Meadows. Why? Why would they go back to John's house when they just came from there? And then she tells this fantastical story on the stand about how, oh yes, and when we got to One Meadows, when we got back to John's house, Karen took us around to the back of the car to look at the taillight. And there were pieces missing and snow on it. And she was screaming, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Look at my broken taillight. And then Lally Flop showed video of them arriving at One Meadows. And Jen gets out the driver's seat of Karen's car in her pajama bottoms, runs into the garage. Karen runs around the back of the car and runs into the garage. Carrie leaves her car running behind them in the driveway, and she runs into the garage. Nobody looked at the damn taillight. We heard this fantastical story. We're waiting for this to happen, and we haven't seen that video. And she was very specific in her story. The second we got to One Meadows, we got out of the car, and Karen took us to the back of the car and showed us that taillight. And I saw pieces missing, big red pieces missing from that taillight. It didn't happen. And then, to add insult to injury, the next dig was that she went over the fact that Jen McCabe did that. John had a shoeless house, and he was very meticulous about his house, didn't want any dirt or probably snow on that day in his house. So when he liked people to take off their shoes. So we took off our shoes. I took off my shoes or boots, whatever I was wearing. Carrie took off her shoes, and Karen just ran right into the house. Didn't take her shoes off. As if that makes her a murderer. She didn't take her shoes off. That's what Jen McCabe wants you to believe. Right. She didn't take off her shoes. And then she also, when she bursts into or bombs into her brother-in-law, Brian Alberts, and Nicole Alberts' house at 34, because now we're just calling it 34. Also, coincidentally, the football jersey number of Colin Albert. That's how much he loved his Uncle Bri. Bursts into the room at 34, into the bedroom of her sister and brother-in-law, and no Chloe. She doesn't remember seeing Chloe there. Chloe, the German Shepherd, who was rehomed a few months after this, what they're calling incident. Brian Albert called it an incident. A few months later in, I think, May, around the same time that the grand jury was being convened, coincidentally, to indict Karen Reed and upgrade those charges to murder. All of a sudden, defense started poking around, asking about the dog, and then they go to Canton Animal Control, and they're told that the Alberts said they rehomed their dog, and nobody knew where the dog was until Nicole Albert took the stand and said, oh, I know where the dog is. I called the breeder in Texas, and the breeder hooked me up with a family in Vermont that was going to take Chloe to live on a farm, and I even went halfway to meet those people in Vermont, and I know exactly where Chloe is. And I have that information just in case she was ever needed for anything. And on cross, Elizabeth Little asked her, did you ever give that information to the Commonwealth? And she said, well, yeah, I did. That was never exchanged with the defense. So there's a lot of things, right? When she burst into the room, that was a very long answer to your short question, JK27. Rehomed the dog. Jeanette Lawson says, wonder if they have ring video of Allie with the dog. The ring video, apparently Brian Albert, fugitive squad fugitive task force member who had been on a reality show called Boston's Finest, doesn't lock his doors at night, doesn't replace the outside bulbs for his outside lighting, and doesn't have any security cameras at his house. Aleister Crowley, the idea that Karen was somehow a bad person for being distressed and not taking off her shoes would have enraged me if I were a juror. grotesque and saying that Karen thought she got her period. Oh yeah, remember that part. And she had to stick to that story because that was in the original statements, that after Karen was giving mouth to John and doing chest compressions and her hands were full of blood, Jen McCabe told whoever she gave that statement to that, oh yeah. And Jen looked at her hands and saw they were full of blood and said, could I have gotten my period? Where did that even come from? Thanks, Jem. Jen is designated leader of the Goon Squad. I don't even know. Goon Squad is being very complimentary, in my opinion. Life 360 for the win. Thanks for the 10. We have love. We love and appreciate your coverage. JJ looked like she was sitting on tax. Yeah. More tomorrow. Ali Law, thank you for your 10. How does one make 7 butt dials and 7 butt hangups without any phone shuffling voicemails? Yeah. I think we talked about that one before. Suncat, thank you for the 5. When do we hear from a Lexus dealer technician who can tell us how hard a taillight needs to be hit in order to shatter? I think the experts are going to be testifying last. I don't know what the Commonwealth has. We've looked at the list of experts. I don't know. We haven't seen the reports, so I don't know what they're going to testify to. If it's anything like the train wreck of the testimony given by the canine DNA expert, listen, through no fault of her own, she was provided with 2 swabs. She wasn't provided with John O'Keefe's actual clothing, 2 swabs that were allegedly swabbed on John O'Keefe's clothing. We don't know what part of the clothing they were swabbed on. She testified she could not find any canine DNA, but she did find pig DNA. But she also said that if the clothing is improperly stored or wet, it could degrade any DNA samples, causing them to disappear. So how reliable is that testimony from that expert? And I felt bad for her too. I'm like, wow, she did not want to be dragged into this worldwide case and have her reputation on the line based on the evidence that was given to her. Because if the blood samples were collected in solo cups and they were using a leaf blower at the scene to blow away or to discover, some evidence, then how can we even trust what swabs were sent to the UC Davis lab more than 2 years after the incident? Colleen Kavanaugh, thank you. I read on X that John's dad walked out in disgust during Jen's testimony. He looked so defeated. Oh no, that happened today? Thank you, Alistair Crowley, for becoming a new member, and welcome to you. And also for your $25 super chat. Thank you. Says, love your intelligence and commitment to this case. Thank you. I'm invested. I'm heavily invested in this with you guys, and we're here. We're here for it. We will have, there's a full, well, there was no court yesterday, but there is court today for the rest of the week. And the judge said she might try and do full days on Tuesday, Thursday, but it's not happening yet. So today's a half day. Tomorrow will be full day. Thursday is a half day. Friday's a full day. And then next week, they're off for Memorial Day. There's court on Tuesday. I don't know if it's going to be a full or a half day. And then they're off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So at this rate, this trial is going to take, we're going to be like into July before this trial is done. So we need to, I think, start stepping up to full days. I don't know. I don't know why they're doing that. Not my schedule. Welcome to Norfolk County, Massachusetts, folks. Wow, just wow, all day with Jen McCabe, and we'll be starting more cross with her again tomorrow, and I will likely recap some of it for you in the morning after I've had the opportunity to watch it 10 more times and digest it. Oh, here's something else I wanted to bring up with you. The bulkhead video. Remember the bulkhead video that, I can't remember if it was Yannetti or Jackson, showed Brian Albert, and it was a video and a still photo of the bulkhead, the stairs leading up from the basement to those, what I call Bilko doors, the doors that open from the outside. And you climb down the stairs to get into, and there's a door at the bottom. And Brian Albert said that he thought that the door had been replaced and the Bilko doors had been replaced, but then, so he couldn't really recognize it. But then when the camera pans around to the backyard, oh yeah, that was my old house. And then they show the gates that go out into the front yard right outside the Bilko doors. And there was something a little bit haunting about it. I went back and watched that video again. It's on the day, if you go back through my videos, it's on the day where Brian Albert testifies. I tried to put who testified in each description of the video. If you look at the stairs, I don't know if I'm seeing things or what. We know that the basement floors were ripped up shortly after this incident. The house was sold. But if you look at those, what look like concrete steps going down to the basement, I'm just thinking out loud here. I don't know if this is true or not true, but what if, because they went back there at some point to make that video, the defense team did with their videographer, right? I don't know. What if they found blood? Yes, Missy Rodriguez, I said that. I'm thinking that to myself. What if they found blood on those steps? Would that be like the bombshell of all bombshells? I don't know. I was just thinking that, and I was looking at those steps, and it looked really eerie to me and really creepy. Sam is like creepier than Jen's demeanor. Go back and look at it. Go back and look at it. It's during, yep. Tiny Dancer says, no, you're right, Melanie. That picture is eerie, very haunting. And there was a still photo, and he enlarged the doorknob at the bottom left corner of the photo for some reason. And so, do you recognize this as the doorknob? And then there was video of those steps and looking down into the basement door from outside, looking down those concrete steps. And then the camera pans around to the backyard, and it was creepy. And somebody says, yeah, Susan says the doorknob has something to do with it. You know what Easter eggs are, you guys? Easter eggs are like little hints that are dropped sometimes in TV shows. Tell me a show that had a lot of Easter eggs in it that are sort of prophetic, that sort of lead you in a direction of where the show is going. Tara, those pictures and that video go back to my video of the day that Brian Albert testified, and it's during his cross-examination. You can fast forward through until you see his cross-examination, and you'll see the picture and the video of what's behind those Bilko doors. I feel like that's an Easter egg. Yeah, Vegemite toast. That was a weird moment. Chrissy says, her opinion is, Christy Cosgrove, John was hit, then fell back and hit his head on concrete, split his head open, lost 3 liters of blood. Lisa Amore, violence splatter be getting everywhere. Joe's cat says the doorknob, it looks like the shape of the gash on the back of his head. Yep. A lot of people say, where are the 3 liters of blood? There was a pool table down there too? I don't know anything about a pool table. 36 steps from the flag. Blood on the doorknob. Smurf Anna says, Easter egg, John fell back and struck his head on the doorknob. They used luminol from the police station. Well, they would have access to that, right? Why did Kevin Albert come over? That was new information today too, that Kevin Albert was in the house that morning, that day. Kevin Albert was there. Why won't the judge direct the witness to answer? Is it not allowed? No, you can ask the judge. You can ask the judge, please direct the witness to answer. But in this case, every time she talks, she digs herself into a deeper hole, and it gives him more to cross-examine her on. Horrified. I was horrified. It's craziness. You can't make this stuff up, you guys. Kelly, thanks for becoming a new member. Hi, Trauma ICURN. Thank you so much for the 20. Someone made a great point about, didn't the neighbor give cups? She said no neighbors came out. Her energy is so like the devil. Love you, Melanie Mods. And I can't wait to hear the defense witnesses and the medical examiner. Apparently they got the solo cups from the neighbor across the street, Tom Kelleher, who was the deputy chief of police of Canton. I don't know if he came out of his house, if they just went into his garage and got the solo cups. So I don't know. You'll notice that the way that they answer questions of all of these witnesses is very specific. And their words are chosen very, very carefully. Very carefully. Christine's theory. John had the goods on the Canton 9, and they were going to rough him up so he wouldn't talk, and it went too far. Robin says the feds were in the basement. Hi, Robin. Cannot confirm or deny. I don't have any personal info of that. The chat's moving so quickly that I can't even. Robin McGowan says the feds were in the basement. Interesting. Yvette says dig up that filled-in pool and might find a concrete floor. Yes, it has been rumored that Tim Albert, one of the 6 Albert brothers, filled in his in-ground pool at some point. I think it was Tim's. I don't think it was Kevin's. Hi, Mayor. Thanks, Mayor. When she was on the stand, she was nodding off. Was she? Was she nodding off? I did not. I'm going to have to go back and watch that 10 more times. It's only 2:11 p.m. So the day is young, my friends, at least here on the East Coast. Easter eggs in the Sixth Sense movie. The Sixth Sense movie. Yeah, that's an old movie, but there's a lot more recent stuff than that. 3 is the magic number. Jen will be on the stand for 3 days, right? Everything is in threes. Somebody said they pointed out to me before that liars often lie in threes, which is very interesting. Kristen says, Julie had a red Solo cup in the party for her son coming home on leave. Was it Julie's son who came home? They're all kind of blending together. The times are in 10 minutes. The stairs look new. I don't know. Did they, Keith? I don't know. There were some stains on them when I went back and looked at them. Looked to me like there were some stains. Moderators, you're amazing. Thank you so much for hanging in there for 5.5 hours today. You are the best moderators on YouTube, and you know it. And I thank you so much. I love each and every one of you and everything that you bring to this channel. And you make this channel what it is because it's a friendly place for people to chat and for people to come and not be attacked, made fun of, no derogatory comments about the witnesses or the attorneys or their looks or body shaming or foul language. And we keep it that way. So thank you, moderators, because you make all of that possible. It's impossible to me to moderate the chat while this is all going on. If everyone would hit the like button, please, while we're here, it really helps the algorithm. It really helps the channel. And if you would be so kind as to subscribe, that's free. Just hit that little subscribe button below, hit the bell so you'll know when I go live. Thank you to my members for loving me enough to want to subscribe, to want to join my channel. And to the reviewers, the replay viewers, you guys keeping it classy. Can't thank you enough. And you know, as I always say to end every stream, my friends, be cool, be kind, be classy. It is not hard, really. It is so not hard. I will see you tomorrow morning at around 8:30. Make sure you have the bell set so you'll know when. Peace out, my friends. Put your song of the day comments below so I'll see them later because we think in song lyrics over here. Have a great rest of your day, everyone. See you tomorrow.